All right. Last time on Dungeons and Dragons, where did we start?
Oh
What was
no,
the
the
beginning of the session?
Superstitions End is in
Right,
here.
right here? Question mark.
I think we were.
Are
here.
we counting the last 2-hour session as the last session?
I mean, you kind of begin the recap where you feel it is most useful. I mean, last session was mostly just recapping, catching up on things, and making choices, figuring out what we're going to go do.
But I did take notes.
We still did stuff.
We did stuff. A short session. So we did let us start. We've gone into the rings and flown specifically to here, and then spent some time. We got here and began the investigation of this gigantic corpse with a sword in it. So what is this place? What is this body? The sword? Why is there a giant cloud of blood? What do?
I leaked notes.
I did take notes. Well, that's the god of slaughter, and their name is Call, and they are being sliced up by this Nira sword that contains shard mind gooey middle. And we think that it could be something where the adversary is taking a healing surge, essentially, from Call to maintain the ritual that is the infinite rings, that is forbidding the gods. But we could be wrong.
Yeah, presumably keeping
but we're
them
probably
dead as
not.
well. They seem to be in this state of continual death.
Yes, it's a cycle. Oh, and we did work out the numbers. So we thought that the cycle of basically getting killed and gnawed down to the bone takes about 70 seals. And so we estimated that it's been repeated about 259,000 times since the gods were defeated approximately 10,000 years ago, aka 3,700 spheres ago. So we did lots of unit conversions.
Why did we do that?
Well, because the spell, the ritual forbiddance, takes the caster repeating it every day for a year.
Oh.
To make it permanent.
Got it.
And so we hypothesized that perhaps this is a gigantic version of that. And so it would take some certain number of repetitions to become permanent.
So it's orders of magnitude. So if the original forbiddance is oh, this takes a year for you to do this.
Yeah.
Then it's permanent. Then the order of magnitude could be well, it's got to be 10,000 years for something like this bigger than that. Yeah. We don't know the actual scale. We just kind of have an idea that it would be if the forbiddance is bigger, then the requirements for the forbiddance must be bigger as well.
Mm-hmm. Josh is going to put this question on his next math test because he's teaching proportions.
I'm well past proportions.
Put it on the final.
To review,
it takes 100 years.
There is there's a decently well-known creator who is a teacher that does do a lot of Dungeons and Dragons stuff. Well, I guess technically he uses his own system, but it's D&D adjacent stuff on a lot of his school tests and things like that. So it's definitely not unheard of. He has actually made a very successful competitors maybe too strong of a word, but alternate to D&D. He wrote a system called Nimble.
I've heard of that one.
Yeah,
my old maths teacher used to use Star Wars references in the tests, and I thought it was.
Yeah. All right, so you think that they're coming here to take a healing surge away to keep this ritual going, and what else? What else is going on around this giant corpse?
Well, there was that whole part with Griffle getting sucked into visions
Yeah.
when she connected with the sword because the sword has the shard mines inside of it.
What triggered that? What triggered that series of Portal Stone-esque visions?
We saw Iris in the sword, like reflected in the sword. And I think one focused her orb on trying to like connect with Iris.
But I don't think that really did anything, did it?
We
I
did
got
see
the
it before you.
impression that that's what did it.
So, for clarity, you tried to cast through the orb at the sword,
Mhm.
and then you could tell that there was something else going on, and then you used your shape consciousness through the orb to, rather than shape a little part of your consciousness, to shape a little conjuration of Iris instead on the sword.
Yes. But then she was just kind of like, shrug.
Just observing what was going on.
I thought
didn't write-
Griffle was using the helm as like because the helm always creates worst case scenarios and how to react to them.
Mhm.
And I thought that was when the vision started happening.
That was concurrent with the thing that triggered the visions. Yes. So she was currently accessing that sort of catastrophizing function, right? The idea that the helm is designed to be effectively an anxiety machine. She was accessing that part, and then something else happened, and then that triggered the vision.
Was it Drock shooting the sword with the force weapon to like push it out of the body?
Yes. So what happened when what is important about the makeup of the sword? Because when you push the sword out, you were able to learn a couple of things, one of which was the makeup of the sword. What is the sword made out of?
Well, it was like the Nira material on the outside. But then it had the shard mine stuff on the inside. It was like hollow.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
So the sword was shattered for a minute as you pulled it out of the body, and then while it was shattered, the way that the Nira kind of move along, right? They move together on a bunch of different planes simultaneously, but the planes are not in sync with one another. So from your all's perspective, it's sort of like it scatters, right? So a bunch of pieces move, but they move in like a cloud where like the things that are on a very slow plane move last. Things that are on a very fast plane might even try to like move ahead of where it makes sense on the prime. And then they all sort of coalesce back together once they're in a stable formation. So while it was moving, right, while the sword was moving from one position to another once it had been acted upon, it was in that sort of probability field form, and then it coalesced back into the sword. And in the interim, in the time between the sword being whole and then the sword being whole again, the helm was able to access what was within the blade itself. And you guys got all the explanations you needed. It was a very straightforward explanation that broke down everything that was going on in the campaign.
Yes.
As is usual. So,
Iris told us that we need to like break the loop or break the cycle. I think prior to that. And so now, by attempting to keep the sword from killing the god, we are hoping that that was a break in the cycle, and that we can continue to break the cycle by stopping the parasites from feeding on the god.
And there's a couple other things that happened while you guys are doing this investigation and then immediately afterwards that I'm trying to shine a little bit of a light on without, doing recap myself.
Are you
So
talking
what
about
else?
breaking the forbiddance?
Mm-hmm. But there was a forbiddance that was broken. Well, what's
I
with
said
that? What
that.
is it?
The
Well,
god.
you just said that's call. You didn't say anything
Oh,
about breaking the
sorry.
I don't know. We kind of just did it. With Baneslayer laid eyes upon the god, and he said, "That's me. That's my boy." And he said, "What happened to my boy?" And then, sorry, I went on a 20-mile bike ride today. My brain is melted. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, Baneslayer
it's been good.
repeated the speech, and when it repeated the speech, it was able to say Call's name.
Correct. Yeah. So the angel speech back from way back when was able to say it again, but now parts of the forbiddance was no longer forbidden, and it was able to say the name of one of the gods, one of the dead gods.
So Tyseriel's Lactherial transformed from the Angel of Prophecy to the Angel of Slaughter when you gave him the prayer from the bowl, right?
The bull.
Bowl.
When you guys were first in Celestia and met, I think at the time it was Tyseriel, there was like a bowl that had a prayer in it, right? And didn't you give Tyseriel the prayer?
No. There was a fountain that we interacted with, and that's when we heard what we now think is the Gwendolyn, the daughter, Guinevere, giving a prayer in Giant.
Mhm.
But that was not related, I don't think, to the angel speech. There was something we fought.
Not to the angel's speech, but I thought when you gave Gwendolyn's prayer, Tyseriel was like, this is a prayer for a god I can serve," and transformed.
Oh, I don't know. Is that true?
That is a reasonable interpretation of events.
What? Okay. Well, then there you go. What
I
session
wasn't
was that?
I wasn't there for the event, but I
I
remember
know.
there being like a discussion of what happened in that moment, and I don't know when that would have been. Would that
I'll
have
ask
been when?
AI.
I'll ask AI.
Because the angel speech was right after you all were able to bring them out of that sort of fading, right? The specter on the bridge, you brought them into their angelic form, and when they became the angel, they were able to push away the things that were able to strike down the bad things on the bridge, and then speak with you and welcome you into Celestia. So that is the angel's speech, is the welcome to Celestia.
Okay, this is what AI said. Tyseriel's transformation from an angel of prophecy into the horrific angel of slaughter was triggered by her completion of her previous purpose and specific interaction with an ancient voice. She explained in a monologue that her nature is to serve, not to find her own purpose, and having guided the party and provided them with the rods of control, she felt she had completed her current task and was beginning to fade before a new mission was invoked. I could read more, but I won't unless you want me to.
I'm not sure that the AA used the correct wording for some of the things, but yeah, overall it's correct.
It also says the change began when Syl touched the vibrating pool.
Mhm.
So yeah, you're right, Josh.
Because there were in the room that you guys went to, there were these portraits, right? There was a ring of portraits in this room, and all the portraits were like burned out, were like blackened. And then underneath each of the portraits, there was a bowl that was filled with mercury. And there's this like silvery bowl. And one of them was vibrating and the rest were still. And the one that was vibrating had the giant's prayer in it.
So was it Gwendolyn or Guinevere?
Gwendolyn.
Gwendolyn is the daughter. Guinevere is the mother.
So we're assuming Gwendolyn prayed to call, and somehow that was able to get through enough that it affected us.
Then it affected Tysuriel.
Yeah,
Because we learned last session that the angels can serve any god.
right.
And when you met them, they were the angel of prophecy.
Right. They'd been given
But-
that task.
Right. But getting the prayer from Gwendolyn, they were now able to serve the god of slaughter.
I see. So if we were to be able to get other gods unforbiddensed and then connect them with Slakthuriel, then maybe they would stop rampaging around that sea like we heard about.
One minor thing, the kind of that you guys have learned in the interim, right, is so Lugos, like the Lugos family, is sort of considered by the other giants kind of considered weirdos. Because like the Lugosi name means like outcast in the giant tongue. Which some of the people take Lugosi to mean hero, but for the true giants, they consider them outcasts. Do you guys remember why they're considered outcasts?
His like great grandfather, I think, like fight.
I
You
think
cut out in the
of
middle of that,
key
Foxy.
part. Yeah. 'Cause
I seem to
great-grandfather.
remember like great grandfather, and like it wasn't made clear whether that's like, you know, your grandfather's father or like a great like an ancestor. He explained like the story of how like I think he refused to fight or something. Like he was a smith, and he was like, "No, I just want to make cool armor and weapons." And then, yeah, the other giants were like,
That is the
I think
story
there's
of
a bit more to it than that, but I don't remember exactly.
Yes, the story of the Smith is part of the reason they are a social outcast. And yes, that is part of the problem. Part of the reason is because as the Smith, he crafted a weapon, and the weapon was seen as not doing the popular thing, but doing what he believed was the right thing. But which is true. And one of the pieces here that is also there is the adversary, and more specifically, not Harbinger. Terminus. Terminus called Bedivere something. He used a very specific title.
The last paladin.
Correct. So the Lugosi line, they are the last paladins. The last true paladins. The people that have like a direct connection with the old gods. So the reason that his daughter's prayer would get through where basically no one else's does is because their line has stayed true. He is the last paladin. So that stuff happens. And then something else, we have the flicker moment when we get to what's going on here. you guys had the Baneslayer recognized the god, and then something else happened. You heard another voice during everything. At the end of the flicker, what was the other voice?
Oh, we talked about this. Fuck, I should remember this.
Okay, hang on. There was an angel who said, "We are the dead that cannot die. The eternal legion marches on." And then I attributed that quote to a person named Malice. Oh, it's your weapon.
Yes, that's right. Yes, Forge Master's Malice. Yes, spoke for the first time.
So that's a thing.
And that was something that Iris seemed to be quite interested in.
True. And it was interesting to listen to you guys discuss things because I didn't actually listen to the part of the recording that I wasn't there for until like right before session this time. And it was very interesting to listen to you guys talking back and forth, like, ooh, maybe this or this, and sort of brainstorming session that happened there. It was pretty cool. But you guys sort of went out of that with the idea of this is something we need to deal with. This is something we need to do. And it seemed like the plan at the end of last session was we are going to sort of stay here and see if we can work with this and sort of fend off whatever is coming our way. But the like sort of the primary mission was the potential skill challenge. The secondary mission was the combat, where sort of the win condition of the skill challenge is try to do something with the sword. And the win condition with the combat is just survive long enough to be able to complete the skill challenge. At least that's what I have in my notes.
Me too.
So there was a couple other details from last time that I do want to bring up. At the end, when the sword got moved, there was some sort of ship nonsense that happened. Griffel, do you remember kind of what was going on with the ship? Because there was the loud sort of comms screech, right, of like the feedback noise that had everyone disconnect and then reconnect after it ended. There was something else that happened with the ship at the end. Do you remember what happened?
Not super duper.
Does anyone else remember? It might seem like a throwaway line, but I do want to take special note of it because it would be something that the characters would not. They might not assign a ton of importance to it, but it would not have been something anyone would have missed.
Oh, I wrote the sensors on the ship lit up, and there was a off the charts sense of divine power. Is that
correct?
Okay.
So like after the thing happened, once the noise settles down, there is this just like, like the ship sensors light up like a Christmas tree, like you're sitting in the middle of a giant pool of divine power. That was not there prior to the moving of the sword and the other stuff that was going on. Anything else from last session? If you do not have something that you want to bring up from last session, if you could toss me a 0 in the chat. If I get 5 zeros, we'll jump in a game and get started. All right. So everybody go ahead and roll initiative for me. So we have initiative orders up. And you guys could see that there was a ton of stuff in character. You guys know that the things that are coming your way, they might have accelerated or they might be moving to orient on you a little bit more specifically. But there was this understanding that like these things were already on the way here, right? These things were coming from somewhere else. They were most of the way here before you started doing whatever you were doing. And then now things have sort of focused on you as this fleet of the flood is arriving.
Marin and Filibuster fucking killing it.
Ready
Yeah.
to go.
Get those nat 20s out of the way so we can have a proper battle.
Yeah, I start with a 5. Pretty classic.
So,
Love it.
yeah, you have all of this stuff coming, and you see these things sort of like flitter into the prime space, right? They're sort of like skimming along the space. They're moving faster than you can move without any sort of planar drive, but slower than like actually teleporting, right? They're sort of like skimming along the surface. They're doing something very similar to what the runner does when he moves. And yeah. And so you guys see these things as they approach. One of these is actually quite a bit further back. I just don't want to make the map enormous. So I'm going to put a little like, oh, I can tint this, can't I? I'm going to put a little tint on this guy that's down here. Just to show that he's like, this isn't here yet. But you can see it off in the distance. It is the last thing that's approaching. You have these 4. Actually, can everyone see the names on the ships? I don't remember
Yes.
if I said that
Yes.
correctly. Excellent.
Although you
Uh,
said put a tent on the Mind Master, and I don't see any
Tint.
change for that.
Give me tint.
Tint, like
Tint. Oh, okay.
I made it darker. Here, I'll just put an X on it to say that like, hey, it's not here yet.
Cool.
I heard the same as you, Maureen. You're not crazy.
Yeah, I did too. But then I was like, I don't think you can do tents.
I didn't know if it was gonna be
Funny.
like a carrot symbol or something on it.
Yeah.
But
Little party hat. All right. So yes, I believe you've seen the Fang ships before.
yes.
And you might have seen the drones before as well. I do not know if you've seen this before. I don't know if this is a new type of ship for you all.
I don't
With all the
remember
tentacles.
I don't remember the drones, but I do remember there being a carrier ship, but it might not have been that specific carrier ship.
There are a couple of different types. I don't think you guys have seen this type of
This
ship
specific one,
before.
yeah. And I think we had a Mind Master in our battle in the Reach as well.
You did.
Yeah.
I think the drones we've seen a lot of, haven't we? Those are just like
yeah,
the
we
little
have.
guys.
We've fought them several times, actually. Yeah.
It's usually the Fang ship and the drones are just like little nothings.
Minions. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they're not nothing, but
Well, compared to
Yeah.
us.
Not typically as big of a problem. So, yeah, they are coming in hot, and they will be arriving basically now.
we have a reminder of what the Fang aura is. We will have encountered it before.
Yes.
Um,
They're gravity wells.
Do we? Because Griffle, I think, is breaking up a fair bit. Do we want to try switching to a different channel and?
Oh no, that's just the audio quality on my phone. My headset is broken, and so I just have to sit on my phone for a bit. I'm going to track down my other headset upstairs once I get a moment to have a look at it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I wasn't saying much about it because it did sound like it was a like.
It's on my end.
Yeah,
It's
it was
not too bad.
Not an internet connection problem, but it's not that bad either.
Oh, I hear a baby.
How do you pronounce your son's name, Gary?
Oh yeah, I
Gowan.
wanted to know. Gowan.
Gowan. Okay.
Cool.
It's kind of like Gavin with a W.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I was over here saying, Gawain's World, Gawain's World.
Yeah, it's
Hey,
one of the.
Gary,
Yes.
I just got to. I'm doing my reread, and I'm on a Memory of Light, and just to the point where he died.
Where
Spoilies. Sweet Josh.
I'm only
I'm
on
a
book 7.
Oh no!
I mean, the last battle, people are gonna die. Not real spoilers, guys. All right. So this is what's going on here. I will also put the ship on initiative. Does this work? It does work. Da 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 da. No, it does work, but it doesn't link. All right. Well, the ship is now on there. The ship it will go when as the crew, and the ship has a certain number of actions it can take based on what the crew is doing. Right now, the crew is in good health, good order. They knew that there were battle stations that needed to happen. They will be able to take three actions. Sorry, 3 actions.
Three whole actions.
Yeah. So the 3 actions can be one of the 3 could be a beacon command. One of the 3 can be any of the sort of special abilities, like the Wardmaster ability. And then one of the actions, or any number of the actions, can be using the weapons platforms that have not been used yet. So should I can find it. I was going to try to see if I could find the platforms things to keep track of what platform we've used. One second, let me see if I can find it, because that made it a little bit less insane. There we go. I wonder if I can copy and paste this from other maps. There's no reason I shouldn't be able to do that, right? Right?
As everything explodes. Josh, get ready for your pitch for the other platform.
Let's see. White, blue. I don't know what color. Yellow is probably the easiest to read on this board. All right. You guys can see that, yeah?
Yep.
Yes.
And hypothetically speaking, everybody can move the tokens. Cool.
Yeah. Very nice.
The tokens are just dancing.
I was just lining them up. All right. So, yeah. Beginning of combat. Things are happening. Any questions? Anything people want to know about? Anything people want to do? Any organizational or discussional things before we jump in with filibuster at the very top of the order?
Have you factored in our pre-combat actions, like Morin, like rallying the crew and?
Yes, which is why they have 3 actions and not 2, because they default to 2. And then I looked at the notes and they said that the crew is in high morale, not in normal morale, so they get 3 actions.
Fuck yeah!
Yeah. Is the 96 the blue health on our ship's token? Is that the ship's energy?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
I have written that I've used my Stone of Spirit today. I don't remember when we did a long rest, but we're probably like pretty fresh, right?
I would imagine you guys are completely fresh because you spent a lot of time like waiting on your runner and like getting everything before you came in. And I don't believe you guys have done any, like expended any resources beyond a little bit of ship's energy, which I'm going to mark down now because you spent 2 on the Force Blast.
I think Invoke Summer is used though, because that was recent.
Yes, the Invoke Summer was used.
I feel like the Stone of Spirit must have been something recent, but I didn't roll my dice. So can I roll my?
Well, I don't think
dice?
I was about to say the dice won't be useful in this combat. We can't use them on the ship.
Oh,
Also true.
Okay.
But we're dropping them off on the blade anyway, right?
Us?
Mm-hmm.
Are you guys as characters getting off the ship and going on the blade?
You guys don't really have suits for space, do you?
I think we do.
You definitely do have spacesuits if you want to use them.
But I don't think it would be prudent.
That being said, so other than
to an hour later, we're all on the blade.
Other than the dice, are there other things that we have that we need to think about that we can't use?
Divination.
anything that's divination or rerolls you can't use on the ship. So I think for the most part, Ghost the Past is about the only thing that people have that's like a big thing you can't use on the ship.
And the dice of auspicious fortune.
And the stones, yeah. So the stones of blank, the dice of auspicious fortune, and Ghost of the Past, I think are the three big ones. There might be something else, but I can't think of one.
What about the Baneslayer reroll works?
The Baneslayer reroll, I think, works. Let me look.
I feel like we've used it before.
Yeah, I don't know that we've done a good job with this. Wait, so if we have any power that says it's divination, it just won't work.
Anything that
Is
says
keyword-
divination or anything that allows you to re-roll does not work.
Yeah, we've
Reroll.
definitely done that wrong.
What level are we?
You guys don't fight
18.
on the ship barely ever. So
No.
there are some things like using the stones and rerolls and stuff. Do you guys have specifically like gone onto a weapons platform and gone away from the anti-divination aura to use?
Yes.
And you guys have done that enough that I can't remember an instance where it was like, oh no, like you guys have done something and be like, well, you'd have to leave the ship to do that. And then I can just say, yeah. You're in a situation where you could have done that without a problem. Whereas like right now you can't just leave the ship and use you can, but it will be a choice for you to go out on one of the platforms away from it to be able to use those abilities. You will not have the protections of the ship. Speaking of, warding on the ship is 200, I think. Excuse me. Airship. Ship's warding, is it 100 or 200? Does anyone remember? Does anyone know? 200. It's 200. So the warding is at full as well. So I'm going to put that on the ship. 200 temporary hit points before it starts to take damage. All right. So, Filibuster, it is your turn if you would like to go. Or if someone else has something we want to do.
This is going to sound like a stupid question, but are we fighting?
We're trying to do the sword, like figure the sword out. Could we like just quickly orient? We were trying to like get the shard mines out of the inside of the sword, right?
I
That
think
was the
someone
stated
brought that
goal.
up.
Yes.
So,
You guys had brainstormed like 3 or 4 different ideas, but as far as I could tell from my re-listening and from my notes, you all had never decided on a single plan of action other than get thing out of sword. Because like some people had said go into the
We
sword.
did.
Some people had said
We didn't have a battle plan, but we had decided who was going to focus on the sword thing, and then I think Drock, and then maybe like Morin and or Philly. I think Morin were like going to focus on the battle. We could like have the time. Like we did have a little bit of a plan.
We did, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then my idea for the sword was jam a weapons platform in so it can't fix itself correctly, and let them all like go either through the weapons platform or even teleport through it. If we can connect it somewhere like Al's realm again.
Yeah, because you guys
right,
had
we did
said
talk
when I
about that,
when I listened to the thing and I looked at my notes, you guys had said we can either break the thing open again, we could try to teleport something there, we could land on the sword itself, we could break it and then jam one of the weapons platforms in it and try to vacuum everything inside up. We could talk to Al Shaib and put it into Al Shaib's realm. You guys had brainstormed a bunch of stuff, but there wasn't a there was a good outline. Didn't seem like there was a cohesive plan yet. So if you guys want to have a cohesive plan, now would be the time to discuss it.
So referring to the AI, it says that yes, Griffel and I would focus on the sword. And I think we were trying to use the force weapon because that lets us pull the sword and that's what opened it the first time. And then me interacting with Iris maybe could do something, and then Drac and Morin focusing on the ship and the crew and the morale. But then, like with Baneslayer, I don't know, Philly, you might try interacting with Baneslayer more. Like, we don't know what. It might become much more powerful.
Well, I was thinking about.
being-
I don't know what I never know what the rules are, Gary. But I like being like a deterrent, like big scary. Not that Baneslayer is good at necessarily being a deterrent, but it's like big scary banner. It's more of like, come look at me, come fight.
Yeah, I mean, that is what Baneslayer is. It typically is a deterrent to things that don't want to fight, or that are unsure about it. These things seem pretty committed to the idea of being here.
I think
Not
I
saying
am just
do
going
anything
to...
like that.
Okay,
Just,
I do have a question though about space, Gary.
Mhm.
If I wanted to use lightning, I like the lightning shot is not
Yeah. it does work.
not very big.
Okay.
Oh, because the augment 2 is within it's a 2 burst in 10.
Mhm.
Also, our range.
You guys, yeah, they are out of range of you because they have just come onto the field. The ranges of things here are like ship combat ranges, right? So it's one instead of being one is 5 feet, I think one is 50 feet for the ship's combat range. It doesn't quite match with everything in on the board right now because your ship is not like hundreds of feet long, but that's what the ship's numbers are designed to be, and they are starting kind of at long range for you guys. There are a couple of things that you have that the drone ships are at the edge of your firing range for your longest platforms.
That seems like a waste of time. I would like to. I don't know. It just seems like Call is a sad, lonely man, and he needs a friend. And I would like to be his friend,
Love it.
his little goblin buddy.
Oh, if you'd like what sort of actions you'd like to take to get that job done.
I'm looking at my moment. I mean, obviously, this is a religious moment, sort of, kind of. I mean, I think it's explicitly a religious moment.
Yeah.
There's this idea of like, I think consistently throughout the campaign of like transference of memory and repeating repetition of moments throughout time and things like that. And I think what I'm picturing is like telling Baneslayer to try to remember being wielded by Call and like think of a moment where that occurred, or like a moment where Call was in a great battle, and then also like towards the giant.
I will say that if you what you are doing, right? You're opening up your religious senses. You're trying to engage with that part of it. As soon as you do that, right? Before the idea, right, is when you do detect power source, right? So you use religion or arcana or nature, and one of those energies is around. If you're sensitive, you might be able to sense it. As soon as you sort of think, like, extend your senses out with religion, you can just feel that you're in this like sea of divine energy, like sea of religious power. So you can definitely try to use religion to do that, but as soon as you sort of open up your senses, you'll get basically blasted with this, almost blindingly bright light of energy that is surrounding you as you're like the ship itself. There's nothing inside of the shield, right? There's a sort of football shaped shield around the vessel that has like breathable air and stuff like that. None of the energy is going through the shield, but everything outside of the shield is just awash in this energy. So that's what you sense as soon as you open it up.
Is it singular?
What's up?
Is it singular?
Is what singular? The energy?
Like, is it very obviously like one religious power source?
That is something that you can give me a religion check to see if you can figure out. Although it is a knowledge check, so let me do. Where is too far zoomed out? No, it does not seem to be one power source. It seems like it's a mixture of sources, although it's really hard to see where one ends and the next one begins. So if you think of it, think of it in terms of like metals, it's like it's an alloy, right? It's not like it's, think of like oil and water, right? So it's not like, oh, there's a layer of oil here and the layer of water there. They aren't mixing completely, but you can sense that there is some composition to the cloud that's not uniform. But beyond that, you're not sure.
Are we close enough to the cloud of blood that it would be feasible to touch it? Or are we too far?
I mean, it's coming out of the wounds. It's going all around the ship, so it would be pretty easy to touch the blood if you want to.
I want to touch the blood. Can I I'm using this sort of idea of like history and like in battles as sort of like, oh, Baneslayer really likes to remember a moment of glory, and blood, I'm sure, was shed by Call at some point, both
So basically, like
from others and self. So it's like, oh, taste this and remember.
Yeah, that sounds good. Give me an active religion check. You kind of have to go out on one of the platforms, right? So you need to tell me which platform you're using to stand on. I assume you're not going to shoot off at the enemy at some point. So extend one of the platforms as your transportation device to get to the blood.
You guys need force, right? So I can just use any of the other short range ones.
Leave the long range ones. I'll take out some of the drones.
I will use no.
Acid's pretty short range, so acid isn't useful right now. Unless we want to try acid on the sword.
I'll do thunder. I think that seems the most inconsequential.
So you go out, you extend the weapon through the little bubble outside of the little personal bubble outside, and then you make a check.
Yeah, I sure made a check.
You did. Now, I don't know if you have a reroll for religion, but because you are explicitly outside of the ship's shield, you would be able to use a reroll if you had one.
Oh, hey, guidance, not guidance of the past.
Lessons of history. No, not that one.
No, it is guidance of the past.
Guidance of the past.
That's at 31. Wait. Plus 14, so 29.
Yep. So 29. So you take it out and you kind of put the blade into the blood, and then you can see it sort of swirls around and dips in and through the blade, like parts of the blood part around the blade, and then some of the blood passes into the blade and then out the other side. So some of it's like you put something in and it divides the flow, but then some of the flow just goes straight through the weapon and out the other side, where it does look like pieces of it are interacting with the weapon while pieces of it are not. And you can see that there are a bunch of different sort of flavors of energy that are coming out. And as you can hold on to it, you can sense that flowing through the blade is the domain of destruction. So there's at least 2 domains that you can sense here.
Destruction and what was the other one? Slaughter? No, that's not a domain.
It's not a domain, but you're not sure what the
One?
other one is. You can tell one of them passes through the blade, and you're able to easily identify it as destruction. You can see that there's at least one that pass around the blade that don't go through Baneslayer, and you don't know what those ones are. Let me make sure I got my DCs correct. Hang on. 29, correct. Yes. So you can identify one of the domains is destruction, and you were able to tell that there are more than one.
Got it. Is that all I could do?
That's probably your movement and your standard. So if you have like a minor action, you can do something else. But you're on the weapons platform, got the spear extended out into the blood.
No, that's all I got.
Morin.
Oh God. So I take it we don't want to move closer to them.
No, we want to stay by the sword so people can do stuff on the sword primarily.
Yeah. I just don't know if it's worth spending a bunch of ship energy to hit a single drone.
And that's what I wanted to go through the document. Most of our ship weapons are one target. Only the Lightning Augment 2 is multi, if I'm reading it correctly. So
Lightning Augment 1 is also multi. It's just not
as good, yeah.
more than
So I mean, most of our shots are going to be 1 for 1. So,
I know. I mean, I could hit 2 with the lightning.
not at this range. I thought it was range 10.
Yeah. Lightning's range 10.
Oh, lightning's range 10. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's
just hit
why I've just been poring over this document now.
Could I ready a range 20 to hit the first Fang ship that comes into range, Gary?
You can. Also, they are going to be going right after you. So what you would probably want to do is delay rather than ready.
Okay. Then yeah, let me. Which Fang ship is it?
If you go to the initiative
carrier.
tracker,
Yeah.
the carrier goes next. But if you hover over it, it'll highlight in yellow which one.
Yes, I just didn't see the first one was the carrier, not a Fang ship. So I was like, none of these are lighting up. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I will delay then until 27.14.
Yeah. And if you could
And
change
I'm saying, hold.
So the carrier is going to move. And then it's going to use its command ship action. To send not that guy. Where is this one? This map is so big. This guy. Incorrect. To send those forward. And I believe that's all the carrier can do from that range. It is move, deploy. Yep. All right. That is what it does. Fang ship. This one. This one is going to move up. Move up to there, and I think you're still out of range of the thing that he wants to do. No, you are not. So the Fang ship will move up. You see a pulse of that sort of central eye-looking part on the ship, because these ships are all sort of biomechanical. And you see the central eye pulse as it tries to grab hold of the superstition's end. So the first attack roll will be on the end. So 34 versus Fortitude. which is a hit, and it is going to pull the superstition's end towards itself.
Oh no.
Billy's been left behind.
I don't think it works that way.
Nope.
We should-
It'll just sort of like tug the weapons platform along with you.
Don't fall off.
All right, and that's all he can do for his turn. Maureen, you're up.
There we go.
Why'd you say that so evil? It's such an evil way.
You've activated my trap card. You have the Thunder platform, right? Oops. wrong
Yeah.
one. Okay. I think I will use. They're biomechanical.
Yes.
Mhm.
I'm trying to remember what worked on them really good last time.
I feel like we've used necrotic on biomechanical things and it stopped them from healing, so that has been good.
Yes.
And they
Yeah.
probably don't like radiant.
Well, maybe. I was wondering if they might be fine with radiant because they're chewing up a god, but I don't know. I am going to fire the necrotic weapon at them. Here we go. Whoops, wrong button. Good thing I'm talking to myself. Necrotic, I will do augment 2 on the parasitic fang ship.
Ideally, you guys can change the ship's energy. You can click the blue bubble -2.
Sure, I can do that. 35.
Definitely hits for 178.
Is it a living?
It is a living creature, so it'll take the extra 61 as well.
Mm-hmm. There's no benefit to me like warlock cursing everything. I guess if everything is 50 feet, I can't reach it anyway, right?
Correct. Yeah. So you take whatever the range is and divide it by 10. So if you have something that's range 10, the range is 1. If it's range 20, you've got 2 squares of range.
Okay, so my melee touch is unaffected then.
Yeah, that's right. You still have to touch him. All right. The ship is effectively bloodied. Anything else?
And then I don't think a move action is going to do anything for a ship, right? Like I'm not the one moving the ship.
Correct. Either the crew or Griffle has to be the one that moves the ship.
Cool. Are Griffle and one planning on getting off of the ship? Or like are you trying to do stuff from the ship itself?
I was thinking from the ship. I was thinking to use the force weapon. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I wonder actually next time we should save the thunder because that one does extra damage to objects and the sword I think is an object.
I think that is it for me then.
All right.
Swords do tend to be objects.
Thing number 2.
Not in Warbreaker.
Aw. Spoilies.
I don't think that's the spoiler at all. I think that's the first character introduced in the book.
Oop. Hang on. I have to actually attack you with this first. So it's going to move up. Try to Star's Grip. 25 for it. I don't actually think hits the ship. It does not. Well, hang on. Double check. No, does not hit the ship. So it goes up, tries to pull it forward, and fails to do so. Drock, it is your turn.
So, with the ship bloodied, does it make sense to focus on that target? I don't remember just how much damage the drones do. I can hit 3 of them or go for the flagship. But what do you guys kind of think?
I think a lot of times, isn't it if we kill the big one, the little ones die? Or like they get benefits for having the big one alive. Like they might have a key ability that they'll lose if the big one dies.
Do we think that's
But-
the carrier or the Fang ships, though?
Probably the carrier.
But I know we've seen the Fang ships like with the drones working in concert. But it's true, like we don't want to be totally overwhelmed. So I think there are probably benefits to both.
I don't think you can go wrong, Druck.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do what
Unless
my
you roll
plan
a one.
was. Lightning beam, augment 2, area 2 in range 10. I think I have that all correct, Gary. So I'm gonna roll it. I no attack bonuses or anything right now, right?
That is definitely an area 2, and yes, you do not have any attack bonuses.
Ooh, 27, 20, and 23?
So I believe that would hit all of them. Let's see. Maybe. Hang on. Defenses. Oh, no, not really. Reflex. Their reflex is excellent. That is 3 misses.
Drock coming in with a swing.
You went wrong.
Typical. All right, well that's 3D. I aimed low. It hit below them. That's what I'm saying. All right.
The rolls weren't even that bad. Well,
9,
one wasn't that bad.
2, 5. One wasn't bad.
The 13 would have hit, but you only attacked 3 targets, so. Fearful, it is your turn. Unless Drock has something else that they want to do in their turn.
No,
In which case-
I'll stick to 1 failure per turn, please.
Jeez.
Okay. So my first thing is, do we want to move the ship? And if so, where do you want me to move it?
These things are pulling us towards them. Moving away wouldn't necessarily be the worst.
Mm-hmm.
So, Gary, remind me how far we can move reasonably in a turn?
8. So
8.
assuming the crew is with you at high morale, you can move 8. And if the crew goes to normal morale, you can move 6.
Cool. I have moved it. Is everyone fine with the max movement? Like, battle isn't like
Yep.
we're not trying to fully engage them. We're trying to like deal with the sword and then
100%.
survive.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
this
We put
battle
Philly
is...
out here.
Philly's on his own, taking on the Armada.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. Like, this battle's purely about delaying and dealing with the sword.
Dual
Delay.
tactics. Okay.
Pose, deny.
Miss. Throw that in for me, please.
Yes, like gatekeep girl boss.
All right, so Griffle, move action, moves the ship away.
Cool.
What else would you like to do?
We have lightning, necrotic, and thunder. Perfect. I think we are now too far away for me to use radiant. 'Cause I'm pretty sure it's pretty short range on it from memory. It's like 5.
It's 20.
Radiant's quite a
It's
long
long.
range one.
Yeah.
Oh,
Are you going to be fighting with the ship? I thought you were controlling the ship, but also doing the skill challenge from my notes. But if you're not, then that is also fine.
oh no, yeah, you're right. Yeah. I have no idea what the skill. So, like, as far as like, we had this vague plan about trying to break the open and then like using a portal to suck all the shard mines out.
So I think potentially one of you and I should use the force weapon to open the sword, and then the other one should try to interact with the shard mines inside. And so probably it should be you because you have the helm.
Really
Okay,
quickly.
so
Yeah.
do you want
I-
to do your turn and then because you'll break the sword open and then I can like try to position. So do we retcon that? I guess it doesn't matter because there's no enemies going.
Yeah, I mean you're just
So-
you're delaying for one person, so that's all good.
We did have a brief conversation last time that using the force weapon on the sword, we were concerned about it shattering the crystals inside because they were very vulnerable to force.
Yeah.
But when the sword is closed, that was the only way to like access them, right? How Gary, how long did it take the sword to like close again?
Like 10 seconds. It was quite fast.
Okay.
In combat
Was that-
time, it would be until the end of your next turn, effectively.
Okay.
Was that breaking the
Around.
sword open? Was that done by the force weapon pull that we used, or was that a different
Yeah.
attack?
No, that was with the force weapon pull.
Ah, okay.
So I think that
And I want to be clear about this real quick. It isn't necessarily that you're breaking the sword. It's not like it's a piece of glass and you're taking a hammer to it.
right.
It's when the Nera move, that's how they move. They move as like a cloud of shards that then recollects into one place, right? So when you did the forced movement, it wasn't the damage that broke the sword. It was the force of moving the sword, which is what caused it to sort of break apart momentarily. If
Right.
that makes more sense.
Oh,
I see. Okay.
Interesting.
So I think like we need to basically like open it so that the shard mines can be interacted with.
I
Yeah.
agree with that.
Okay. Yeah, so if that's okay then, Gary, I will operate the force platform to pull the sword. I'll just do what we did last time, ideally. And then Griffle can be ready to try to interact with the center of it.
Okay. The sword does have a defense, so it doesn't need to be hit.
Yes.
But you can't. But you go ahead and make the attack. You'll know that the damage doesn't particularly matter for this.
And I needed to do augment 2, right, guys? Anybody remember?
I
The
think
augment-
I did augment 2 last time.
Because we needed to pull it, not push it.
Yes.
Force beam.
But is that a hard and fast rule?
Well, how much is it like still in the guy's wound? Could I push it, Gary, without like pushing it into the wound?
The sword is no longer touching the body. It is in the sort of fountain of blood that is coming out of the body. Again, as a reminder, like the amount of blood that is coming out of this body is like, almost like comedically larger than what should possibly fit, right? It's a gigantic ocean of blood coming out. And so the blade is still in the ocean of blood coming out, but it's not touching the body anymore.
Yeah. Well, so long and short of it is we'd have to augment by 1 at least to get any movement. Maybe a push 2 for augment 1, or augment 2 would be a pull 5. So it's a question of if
Also, if this
What do you think
doesn't
pulls would
work, we do
push?
have the displace beam, which is like using energy to basically yeet a target if we fail. So we could even try to like fully move the sword somewhere.
But the Nera, like, would they be resistant to like teleportation-y stuff like that?
Yes. So they're not
Right.
immune to it, but you know that they have an ability that lets them resist those sorts of stuff.
Yeah, I think like
Right.
the fact that this is like an old-fashioned kinetic pushing and not like a teleportation is important. I'm gonna do augment 2. It's only 1% more power, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what worked last time. Okay, here we go.
The 28 does hit, and you tear away put the platform on the opposite side, pull towards the platform away from your ship, and you see as the blade is force moved, it opens back up and this long trail of stuff goes through. You see the twinkling lights inside of the blade itself as these little pockets of purple energy light up. Griffle, your helm feels like it's connected again for a second as you are prepared for what's going to happen this time, so it doesn't stun you like it did last time, and you can feel the sensation, this sort of like humming. I'm trying to think of there's a term for it, but the sensation of like it's so active and vibrant that it like numbs your head all of a sudden. the sort of like massaging of the energy. It's like it's not painful. It's just like, oh, this is like overcharged as it connects again with the things inside of the blade.
Okay. So
Does one of anyone have something else they want to do beyond fire the weapon?
So Iris is still there?
Yep,
On the
she's still there,
blade?
standing on the sword.
Okay. I guess nothing official, but I would just try to like, because she is sort of a projected consciousness connected to me, like see what I could sense as well.
You can sense there is this feeling like Iris is observing from a distance intentionally. Like she could be more invested, she could interact more, and is choosing to just sort of stay back. So there is this sort of in your head, this almost aloofness from your shared consciousness, where normally it's just sort of you don't even think about it, right? It's just an extension of yourself. Where now it feels like it's something that's kind of in the back of your mind, right? Like something that you're sort of like intentionally not thinking about, like, oh, I'll worry about that later sort of sensation. That's what you get from Iris.
Okay. Does
Anything
it
else?
feel like, well,
Go ahead.
does it feel like she would leave if she could? Like, am I holding her here by like virtue of doing the consciousness?
You're getting that maybe you're giving her like a window to see in, but she's being very passive. You don't know why. It doesn't seem like there's like any like ill intent, but rather she's watching and not doing anything else, just very sort of passively observing the course of events.
That is what they call her. Okay, yeah, that's it.
Griffle, the helm lights up, and as soon as the thing lights back up, you get a bunch of sort of returns from the signal on the helm. As basically think of the helm and the hive mind kind of like a big computer, and so when the sword opens up, it's like your computer suddenly got a whole lot more processing power all at once. And all the stuff that the helm was doing that you asked it to do, finish immediately. And then it sort of pays attention to you. So you had asked it to like look out for things, and you see like the results of several things that you kind of said, hey, what's the worst case scenario? And you see like all of those programs, all of those predictions, they're all listed now as complete. I've done that. And now you can feel the helm focusing on you.
Okay. I'll look at those later because I'm as currently of the essence. Obviously, like I'll set the ship to move. And then I think I want to try the plan that we originally had. So I'd like to swap. I'm thinking maybe the fire platform is not going to be full in this fight, and it's not a damage put. Thoughts, team?
The fire?
Yeah, I took away
You-
the fire platform. That would be.
I was
Fine,
thinking of
right?
using that to hit the wounded necrotic one next turn, but
Oh,
I could
okay.
use. I
So that'll
could
be
use
next
the-
turn. So the things
Oh, it'll
move
refresh.
move back to ready at the top of the round. So it'll be ready for your
No,
next
no,
round.
so I'm thinking of replacing fire with Al's place.
Oh, with Al's place.
Yeah, so fully decommissioning and then connecting
that
into
would-
Al.
That would be a different thing.
Yeah.
Do we want to get rid of cold?
Cold.
Well,
Yeah,
cold
cold.
slows them, which could be good if we're trying to be avoidant.
And acid reduces their AC. Actually, maybe acid might be the one to replace because we're not super trying to a lot.
Do we have any weapons?
I
that
don't
even
want to
target
replace
their
any
AC?
of the. I don't want to replace any of the used ones, and I don't want to replace radiant. It's at the top three. It's cold, acid, or fire, basically.
Looking to see if any of them attack
Flame
our
does.
AC.
Radiant does. I feel like we're gonna use 2 weapons platforms for attack and not for debuff and then attack.
I guess that's probably
Yeah.
true. I still would hang on to cold though, because cold is slowing,
And it can obscure us, right?
or
Mhm.
it can obscure us.
Take
Both
acid.
Yeah, cool. All right. Everyone happy with that?
Yep.
Yes.
Cool.
So I'm gonna mark
will-
acid as expended and do the little X to say that that is now the one that has been changed to
Cool.
be a portal.
So, I will disconnect from the acid exhaust part of our engine and connect it. And then I want to very quickly say to Al, anything you can do to help us grab these crystals. We need the shard mines intact. And then I'm going to send this to basically sit like in the middle of the open part of the sword.
Okay. So the difficulty here, right? The challenge of what you're doing is basically correctly piloting the platform and wedging it into place to kind of force it
Mhm.
open. So I would say by default, you're controlling some sort of engineering type thing that is automatically dungeoneering, although I can see a lot of
Okay.
justification for other things if you want it to not be dungeoneering.
I will take a dungeoneering. I will take a dungeoneering for sure.
Let me look at something real quick. I want to say that there is.
I mean, it's not an outright failure. That's
It's not
all
an
right.
I think that there is something that if you're using one of the pieces of the ship, like to make a dungeoneering check, that you get a bonus to it. And I'm trying to remember,
Oh,
not just the teleportation thing. Yeah. So so if you use the focusing part of it to make a dungeoneering check, you get +4. So you get a 32 instead of 28.
ooh, exciting.
So 32, I think, is a hard DC success for this level.
It sure is.
It is a hard success. So you switch it over, you wedge it into place, you see the sort of thing light up, the pieces of the Nera blade start to form around it and sort of go in and push onto the sides. And then you can see the edges of the platform, like the edges of the ring, start to glow white hot as they all go to try to force their way in to break the platform. And you can see Al reach his power through the portal and superheat the magically immune to fire thing to melt the glass that touches it, to melt the pieces of the Nera that actually touch it. It sort of makes this sort of bored hole in the side of the blade. And you can see that there is now, there's a term for it, right? Where you kind of open up into the interior and you now have a window inside of the blade. And then as the
Where
portal,
did it go? Oh.
you can see the portal like trying to snap open into his domain, and then it is constantly opening and closing, like several times a second, opening and closing, because the sort of anti-teleportation properties of the Nera are constantly disrupting the portal. You don't think it's going to be able to pull anything through the portal without damaging it. Like Al is basically just throwing a whole bunch of heat and fire through it, and it doesn't matter that a lot of it's getting vented to space. But you think if like a person or a creature that wasn't immune from being ripped into tiny, tiny little pieces tried to go through that portal, it would be destroyed immediately. So you have
Okay, but he's keeping the door open for us, though.
Correct. It is keeping a hole in the side of the sword open, and you can sense through the hole the connection with the hive mind.
Cool. Okay. I think that's all my actions, right? Because it's a move, and then to decommission and recommission a platform would be a minor, and then to pilot it would be a standard, right?
Yep.
Cool.
So you go, you get it all set in there, flicker inside of your head. You can feel the kind of programs running as the helm is reconnected to things and trying to figure things out. And
How quickly can I speak to them? Like, can I have a quick conversation with them on my turn?
sure.
I'm gonna give them the problem. I'm gonna phrase it like, "This is a problem you need to solve. How do we get you out of here?"
So you send the thing through. You can tell that sort of communication, it's very difficult for you to sort of impose your thought on the hive mind. Like, it's communicating with itself really well. It's going to take a lot of effort to have outside communication, i.e.,
Hey, but
there's
I'm going through the helm though. 'Cause
yes. So like
it's still-
so the helm and the interior, they're constantly communicating with one another, kind of like you're watching a system update, right? So it's like
right.
it's updating and you're trying to interrupt its update and say, hey, I need you to do a thing for me.
When
So I will say two things really quickly. First is that just to keep in mind, everybody on the ship is connected through the helm. So it doesn't necessarily have to be Griffle that does this to try to communicate with the helm, to try to kind of impose, hey, we're trying to get something done with the helm. But, Griffle is the automatic choice as well. So that's one thing. The second thing is, when you're doing this and you see all of the background systems of of the programs finish, complete, all the things running, right before you can tell like there's stuff firing behind you as the battle has begun outside of the ship. You can sense someone backdoor into the beacon.
okay.
And you hear a voice. Hello? Are you real? And can you hear me?
Juice the ship.
Everybody aboard the ship can hear this voice.
Is this Iris?
Doesn't sound like it.
Does it sound
Okay.
like Sally?
Nope.
Okay.
It sounds vaguely familiar, but it's like echoey and hollow. It's like you're hearing a familiar voice talking from the bottom of a well.
You said backdoor. That implies they were not welcome.
I will say that it's like someone had access already and was able to just, like, they didn't have to ask for permission. They just
They've been on the ship. It's what's her name?
Yeah.
Kiki? It's not Kiki?
no, she's still aboard the ship.
She's still there. Okay. Someone who's been on the ship before. We've granted them permission.
Seems to be.
Oh, man. Okay, I'm just gonna say like just
What?
Cut out.
no. We're here, we're real. Juice us. Then give us the juice.
Give us the juice.
Is it the voice of the person that was like, I can't hold the door open much longer when we were fighting the Leviathan in the North Sea?
No, but the voice says, I don't know who you are, but you feel familiar. And if you're real and you're where I think you are, there's a shadow coming.
Hell yeah.
And you can feel as she tries to say like that there's a little like static and interference. And there is this sort of like cloud of communication, kind of like someone has like a mic open and you can hear the background noise of like several dozen voices talking all at once. And then it clips back after a second and says, I hope I can trust my instincts. I hope you're something good. And if you are, you don't want to be anywhere near where you are right now. I don't know how you're hiding yourself, but the War Mage is coming, and they sense something evil where you are.
Okay, I have a question. Are those 2 words or 1 word? War mage or warm age?
Yeah.
War mage, one word.
Okay.
Who is this?
The
Yeah,
war
can we
mage.
roll a history check to remember?
Kylie, can you ask the AI?
You don't need to roll a
If
history.
what lady
When you-
has been on our ship before?
When you hear her long enough, when you hear her talk for more than just the initial like "Hello, who are you?" You can recognize Renki's voice.
Oh,
Renki. Why can Renki talk to us?
Oh.
So someone was right. Someone
Right.
was almost right.
I was the first person that backdoored into our ship.
oh.
You gave her permission to interact with the beacon when you talked to her back at the Legion outpost.
Because she didn't believe who we were.
Hmm.
It's like she's reaching
Yeah.
out. You can sense there's something there, but doesn't know what it is. She's like, hey, I've got a good feeling about this. I don't know what it is. It's probably because she can't recognize what you are through the forbiddens. So she's like, oh, there's something that feels like it's not a bad thing over there. I'm going to sense, okay, there is something there. Hey, guys, bad shit's happening. Maybe don't be there. I don't know who you guys are, but you seem like you give me feel goods. So don't be there.
What is a war mage?
You just get overlapping, like hundreds of overlapping voices back.
Uh-huh.
Wasn't there a war mage on one of the ships at the Battle of Hardholm? Didn't we like see through their eyes?
But not like there's a difference between
Capital.
yeah, exactly. There's like lowercase war mage and then there's like the war mage, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that did not sound like it was a warcaster or a war mage. It's like that was the war mage has said.
Is the war mage the name of a walker?
No.
Oh, okay.
All right. So
But did this seem like it was triggered with us interacting with the sword?
no, it was basically I was giving it to the end of Griffel's turn of like, hey, this is a thing that happened at the beacon, but you don't know what exactly is going on with it. So let's see. Let's go up and move. I'm not going to get in range, so I'm going to have this group of them go over here. All right. It is the end's turn. The end can take 3 actions. It can fire weapons platforms. It can use special abilities. It can use beacon command. It can use a beacon command. What would you like the end to do?
Reactions.
Save us.
Yeah, save us, Superstition's End.
You're our only hope.
I
Um,
feel like maybe a deter.
Identify
Yeah.
the war mage.
We have to deter. It has a radius though, like it has a range, and I don't know what that range is.
20. For
20.
you're talking about deter?
Yeah.
Yeah, deter is range 20.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there are some in range. Okay, yeah. Let's do a deter. Let me 1 moment. One.
We haven't damaged, or we did damage one of the ships, the Fang ships.
Per. Submit. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. And simplified
no.
combat, right? For AoEs and ship stuff, we just use one roll and have it apply to everything.
Yes.
Just to make life easy. So unfortunately, if it was a natural 20, then it crits everybody. But a natural 1 means that it misses everyone in range.
Understandable. Have a nice day. Didn't cost any energy though, so it's fine.
So yeah, you can have the crew do something. You can have them fire something. Let's see. Well, I guess technically you can have them use a different beacon command because they are at high morale, so you can have 2 commands if you
can we
want.
try a different one though?
Miss again.
Yeah, you would not be able to be the same one twice.
Okay. How do we feel about a discharge, guys? Weapons will do half damage on a miss.
Yeah,
I think that's-
Drock feels great about that.
That literally like doubles the damage Drock will do on his turn.
Yes.
2 times 0 is still 0, so it's more than double.
3 times.
Yeah, you can't double 0. Double 0 is still 0.
Yeah, you can just use discharge. That does take 1% ship's energy, but I mean it is very useful. It'll last for the whole round.
Pretty useful, yeah. None of the other actions are that useful, unless someone can think of something they'd like the crew to do
Well,
specifically.
how far is displace?
So displace is a single target.
Yep.
It's as far as we want, basically, but I
No, but-
suspect these guys will all.
What's the range though to do it?
Oh, hang on. I'm gonna hit the button just to see.
Displace is range 20.
Okay. So if we displace that Fang ship, maybe
Mhm.
the one on the left.
Yeah, we could try. It is 2% ship's energy.
Yeah, and if they fail by 5 or more, they go to where the ship's displacement is set, which is still in the middle of a sun.
Yes.
I mean, I feel like that's a one-hit kill if it hits, so that seems good.
It is it's always a bit of a Hail Mary, like displace the Leviathan, we had to stack 2 disrupts on it we had to give it a -10 to saves before it would be yeeted into a sun.
That's true.
I'm still leaning towards a discharge, but I'm happy to go with the group consensus.
I like the discharge.
Like, can I get that in writing?
Yo.
My word is my bond.
No, your word is your bond. Unfortunately, it is unspeakable. All right.
Okay. Anyone have a deciding vote? Drock, you wanted a discharge as well, right?
I do like the idea of a discharge. I'm good with anything because a discharge is only on miss, and the battle is mostly a stall tactic, so
Yeah.
it's also not
Also
a big
true.
deal. So anything is good.
Is there
Right.
anything we could do to get the crew to work towards the skill challenge at all? I can't think of anything, but like, I'm really tired. So.
Not specifically, although the sort of crew action is one giant like catch-all for everybody else who's aboard the ship. So like your normal crew probably couldn't do anything for this, but you do have a runner on board. So if there was something you wanted the Minotaur to do, you could try to make something to convince him that we have X plan to get him to do things, because he does have stats and skills and things like that.
Mm-hmm. Mad at us because we're disrupting like
He seems in general to support actions that the Flood doesn't like, and they seem to be very against whatever it is you're doing. So his normal plan is we should just leave because fighting the Flood is pointless. But the fact that you're pissing them off is making him at least momentarily happy.
Okay. Do we know Minotaur have any connection to shard mines at all? Or like are there like do shard mines just kind of like did they do their own thing? They're like are they connected to other places or people or things at all?
So you do know that the shard mines would have like specific connections with individuals, but not on any particular like species.
Right. Can I direct the crew to all bombard the hive mind? Like, change of plan, guys. Can I direct everyone, including Lohios and like all of our people, to be like, everyone send the same request connected through me? Everyone send the same request like over and over again, like essentially like adding power to the idea of like telling the hive mind like on the problem of how we get.
You can do that. If you do that, it is going to remove their ability to move the ship. So you won't be able to move the ship for one round. Because the general idea of how the spell ships work and why having a crew matters so much is that you have this mental connection that you sort of, as a crew, as an entire group, you will the ship to go do something, right?
It's like Warhammer Orcs. It goes fast because they believe it goes fast.
Sort of, yeah. So it's a collective action to will the ship to do things. So you can take that collective will and apply it to something else. I'm just going to make sure that you're aware that that means you can't move the ship in like combat.
Yeah, okay.
So yeah, if you want to collectively will everyone else to send a message, what is the message you want to send?
I'm sending it to the hive mind through the helm as a conduit, and saying, "We're trying to save you. You need to help us. Tell us what to do."
Okay, that sounds good. You will do that, and when we loop back around, that was when it will resolve, because it basically goes at ship's movement, which is your turn, right? Because they used their mind to move the ship already this round.
Yeah.
You're reorienting that, and so it'll resolve on your turn. Right, and that is the ship. Drones.
Sorry, Drock. No damage for you.
All good. It's a good idea, right? It's like I said, the battle is secondary.
I thought we were doing both. Are we not?
We are, but the battle's secondary, right? The primary is to get through a skill challenge.
No. But so the 3 actions you took as the ship for the crew, right? Action 1 was deter.
Oh.
Action 2 was discharge. Action 3 is command the crew to focus, right?
Oh, can I do all 3?
Yeah. I mean, I assume you.
Then yeah, that would be great. I will in fact do a discharge. Yeah.
Yeah.
So 1% of ship's energy. Do I need to mark that down, or has that already been done?
I have not marked it down.
So we're 91. Yep.
All right, these guys are going to come up, and they're going to take some shots. Oh, I was talking to myself. Oh, interesting. They technically have the ability to have 2 targets. So target 1 is the ship. Target 2 is filibuster.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Wait,
So
I'm not like
35
within the shield.
You're specifically not. You had to go outside of the shield to dip your weapon in the river of blood.
Sure.
So 35 reflex on the ship, 22 reflex on filibuster, which I assume misses Philly.
It does miss.
And then the ship's reflex, for my sake, is 29. So there's a hit. So if someone could mark, actually, I'm going to say a specific person. Josh,
Yes.
could you be in charge of tracking the ship's hit points? 20 damage to the ship, please.
Oh god. And I just moved the ship.
Oh no.
Control Z to put it back. There you go. And then another shot, same thing. Same 2 targets.
20.
So it's 1 hit on Philly.
Can I assume that I used Cloak of Courage?
Yes.
Am I allowed to do that?
Yeah, we default assume you always use Cloak of Courage. And then
what is
the
that?
last guy won't be able to get in range, but this guy will. So you take 2 hits of the 20, and the ship takes. No, you take 1 hit of the 20. Sorry, and the ship takes 3 hits.
Of 20 each.
Yep. So 60 damage to the ship.
Okay.
And it's the green bar first.
What's my surge value? Why do I have 98 hit points?
Mm.
Is that my health? Oh my
Your
god,
health.
I have so much
Your high
health.
level.
28.
I think that's as far as they can get. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't think. Yep, can't get in range. So that's it for that Fang ship. And this Fang ship will move up. And I think it's also slightly out of range still. Yep, out of range because you moved the ship back. That's it for him. The end of the round. A ship appears off in the distance as it's slowly making its way into the battle. It is now roll initiative, almost at the very bottom. So he'll be there quite a lot longer. Quite a bit further in the initiative. So the Mind Master slows down from, crossing sections of a solar system speeds into normal speeds. So it does not get destroyed and enters into the fray. Filibuster at the top of the order. Philly, do you have perception trained? What is your passive perception?
My passive perception is quite high. Well, depending. 28.
28. Yes. On a 28, being outside of the ship, as you sort of like move the platform to shield yourself from the oncoming fire with the ship, because I assume that that's something you would default do, is not stand in the death. As you're kind of positioning yourself away from things, you can see movement. So as you kind of go under the shadow of the ship in the on the weapons platform, you can see that the face of the creature is moving, and it almost looks like the mouth is like chewing.
Chewing?
Yeah, like it's making a thing that kind of looks like chewing at a glance.
Like he's Sorry, I'm chewing now to like picture what this is like.
Like the mouth looks like it's doing like an exaggerated chewing, like an exaggerated opening, closing.
Oh, it's actually opening.
Yeah, opening and closing. Yeah.
But you're saying chewing as in like it's very clearly not attempting to speak?
It looks like when you try to focus on it, it's hard to pay attention to. You might have to spend some effort paying attention to it because you can tell that the face is moving, but when you try to be like, oh, is it saying something? Is it speaking? You keep seeing your eyes like focusing on the jaw and not on the lips or the mouth.
Hey, I was gonna spend my action outside of the thing anyways, so may as
Okay.
well.
Your character, right? Your character, even if Michael doesn't recognize what's going on, can feel that there's something weird happening here. You've been around enough forbiddances to recognize when something is sort of forcibly pulling your attention away from it.
Away from the lips.
It's probably trying to
Correct.
call out for its wife.
Wait, we don't has a wife?
Yeah, in the prophecy, he has a wife.
What's the wife's name?
We don't know.
I
It's
don't know.
forbidden.
Tell him to say it louder.
I don't have the ability to augment my voice.
I do. Whisper in my ear.
How
You want me
much
to
of
yell?
a surrogate is not the word I need. How much of an avatar am I, Gary? Can he speak through me?
Can who speak through you?
Cole.
You do not feel a strong connection to, like, you personally do not feel a strong connection to this thing. By the thing of, like, you don't think your domains overlap, right?
Yeah, I've kind of moved on. I'm not into murder / destruction. But Baneslayer might be. It's weird to say that my sword has a different religion than me. That's kind of.
My Drock is going to take your sword.
Is Drock into slaughter?
No, Drock is worthy.
But if I could hit things, I might be.
I hate war because I suck at it.
Yeah, exactly.
He's a pacifist, not by choice.
A pacifist through incompetence.
I have a question, Gary. This is more ethereal of a question. Does Paladin filibuster fit the bill of like somebody who would have overlapping domains?
You could try. Because you know Paladin filibuster is mostly Baneslayer, right? It's you're leaning into being the wielder of Baneslayer rather than being exclusively yourself, right?
Yeah. That's kind of cool. That's a good idea. Okay. I've never used this ability for combat yet because I always do it on this shit. Can I burn? Well, actually, let me look at where are my dailies? Oh my god! Wait a second. Wait. I just have to check something real quick. Okay, sorry. I thought Fourfold Invocation of Doom was everything I could see, and I was about to do something really stupid. Never mind.
No.
Okay, I would like to burn Tree of Creation, the daily. Because in my mind, this is like almost like a physical representation of my dements. So, like, using that to sort of create a direct connection to Philodin, who is currently contained within the dements. That's sort of the decision we made.
Yep.
And then effectively thinking of him in terms of like he's an avatar of this slaughter god. Attempt to like have him speak or have Call speak through him or use him to communicate more effectively. Yeah.
Let me look at something.
Is that too woo woo?
No. I like it. I'm trying to look at some of my notes on this because I think if this works like hang on. I'm pretty sure if this works like I think it does, you might not need to make a check.
Oh.
Interesting. Okay, so let me see if I'm understanding what you're trying to do. The goal here is you have your Tree of Creation power, which is your like connection to your dements, well, your domain, and you're using that to sort of use a like the Paladin version of yourself as a conduit to basically connect with this thing. Are you trying to like
Basically, just use
use
different
that?
notes than I did, so yes.
You're trying to use that to get through the forbidden to see what it's doing with the face, or are you trying to do that like in general? What's the
because you mentioned slaughter as one of the domains here, or sorry,
Mhm.
not slaughter, destruction is one of the domains here, and I don't have these overlapping domains. The idea is that Philodin potentially, because it's the physical manifestation of Painslayer, has a more direct connection, and as a result, would be able to connect more deeply with the god, and then maybe be able to break the forbiddance that way.
where? So there's a couple. I won't say obvious, but like there's a couple of points where you're kind of interacting with the creature. So you've got like the giant river of blood, or the cloud of blood. You've got the wound. You've got the sword. You've got the thing's face as it's moving. Is the goal to direct that at the wound, at the blood, at the face? Because like you were previously interacting with the blood. Is the plan now to sort of switch to the face now that you've noticed that it's doing something?
I think we're under the assumption that, and I'm mostly directing this statement at Kylie, is that we're under the assumption that he's attempting to speak someone's name, and we would like to also have that name spoken. But maybe it's not possible because it's a god, and they're probably somewhere else in these rings.
Mostly, I'm trying to see what like where you're aiming your attention, because you were interacting with the blood. If it is, I'm aiming at trying to get the thing that it's speaking to actually happen. You can do that. I'm just making sure that that's what your plan is, or that's the goal.
I don't. Based on you just telling me the domains from the blood, I became less interested.
Okay. That's all good. It sounds good.
Yeah.
So you're aiming this, trying to get the connection using your tree of life. I would say, given what you're trying to do, there isn't going to be a check, but you can tell that now you can see it does look like it's forming words, right? You have this little coruscating, because the tree of life, like the actual power, it makes like a constellation of a tree. That's what it's supposed to do. It's like a star power ability. So you make this little constellation around the mouth of the dead god, and you can now sense that the mouth is moving, that it's doing something as it connects to your domain. And as you can sort of like lean backwards, you can feel that sort of, when you have to get into that meditative state, right? You normally have to like stop and meditate to get into the domain. That's going to be the part that's difficult for you, right? Normally, this is something you do over the course of like 10, 20, 30 minutes, right? You meditate to be able to shift into your dements. Now, you've done it a couple of times before now, so you can probably do it faster, but being able to sort of like dip in to see what's going on, that is the difficulty. So I would say by default, this would be something like an insight check. Although if you wanted to use religion, you could as well.
I love when you say it's insight. That shit hits. God damn it!
Glorious.
How this is fucked up. It's not even bad.
So,
but it's not good.
20, I think 24 still hits the DC, right? Hang on, let me look. I didn't realize your insight was that high, or if
My insight is the highest honor.
Yeah, I shouldn't have had you roll. I didn't realize you couldn't fail a moderate DC.
Oh well,
So you go, and it would be a hard DC check to completely enter your domain, like just snap, do it. It does not take a hard DC for you to just sort of open up your senses to it as you've created this conduit, and so you can see that the god is mouthing something. You can't hear it or sense it. Then when you sort of like reach backwards, you listen into your domain, you can hear the dead god's voice echoing through your domain. And it's saying the same word over and over again. Saris, Saris, Saris.
That doesn't
Every
sound like a
time-
name.
it says the name,
What is the name?
every time it says the name, it changes in your head. There is this sensation when you hear certain things speak that there is a vocalization, but when you understand what it means, you don't have to understand the words to understand what it's saying, right? It's the effect of supernal. So the supernal word is Saurus, but when it's making the sound, it gets kind of automatically translated in your head. However, every repetition is different. Not every repetition is different. There's a repetition in what's being said, but you get these, every time it says it, the first time it says Saurus, you get the word, like the translation in your head is mother. And then it says Saurus and you get maker. Saurus, mother. Saurus, lover. And then again and again, the words change over and over again. There's one that is much stronger than the others, but there is these like many names built into this one word. It's Mike Pence. I don't know what that reference is.
He calls his wife mother.
Oh.
Yeah.
I did not know that. That bothers me. Knowing that makes me sad. So when you are sort of listening in, you can feel the using the tree of creation. It causes the forbiddance to basically get circumvented, because it's now saying it inside of your demesne where it can't be forbidden, right? Your realm is new created, it's new made. It's going through your new religion, right? It's your own stuff. And when it goes through, it's not forbidden, and it's said normally. And when you dip into it, it's like it's going out of his mouth into your domain, and then out of you and into the world. And you see everybody else can hear the chant, and you can see these ripples go through that massive cloud of blood. In the cloud of blood, you see what looks to be kind of like a waveform, right? So it's like there's now contours to the ocean of blood, and you can see what look to be like about half a dozen like ridge lines that are, each ridge line looks like it's maybe like 100 feet tall, maybe as tall as the ship and its field is long. And there's half a dozen of them in rows, and you see them kind of like they're pressing through and moving. And you can just see this, huge set of ridge lines that come up. And as they start to move and do things, it's this sort of weird, like cosmic phenomenon, right? You're seeing this thing that it looks very distinctively odd, right? That giant cloud of blood is doing something, but it doesn't really connect with what it's doing at first. For everyone else, it's this sort of alien-looking thing. For one of you all, you have spent time not only being a sailor of the inner sea, but being around the Island of Grace. And those that are around the Isle of Grace for any length of time would recognize the movement of those ridges, not as geographical features, but as something else. And especially someone who is an astute observer of the natural world. Griffle, I've sent you a message in your channel. So everyone else sees this sort of like cosmic thing happening. That's what you see it as.
Oh no. Wait, why am I seeing this differently though?
Oh, you're not seeing it differently. You're seeing the same thing that everybody else sees. They just don't have the context that you have. Because
It's a crocodile.
Yeah, you see those little ridges? Each of those is like 100 feet tall.
It's a giant crocodile.
Oh, sorry, you're cutting out. Can you?
a crocodile. It's a giant crocodile.
What? A literal?
Well, no, probably not. But it's the concept of like see the spikes, like the crocodile spikes above the water, and you know there's like it's like seeing the shark fin swimming towards you. You know?
So you're saying that there's a giant. Is that the war mage?
Presume
You're
so.
saying you're saying over here, Gary, right?
Yeah, so in the blood, there seems to be the cresting back of a crocodile that looks like it's something like a mile long.
Cool.
So about the same size as the ship.
Each of the little crests, each of the little ridges on the back of the crocodile, each one of those is the size of the ship.
Gary's been playing too much Dice Mice. That's what I know.
It is on a much, much, much larger scale than you. It's on a scale to maybe be a very large crocodile if this body here was a person. Anything else from Filibuster before the end of your turn?
Do we assume that crocodile is bad? I mean, did I move? I guess I did moved.
Do you fake his voice to tell him that we're cool? Tell it that we're cool?
What can I do, Gary?
I don't know. You've got minor actions.
If well, oh, you said there's a mixture of divine energy.
Mm-hmm.
When I maybe this is a question. When I got the destruction energy of destruction, was that singular? Was that like all call?
I'm sorry?
So when in my previous turn, when Baneslayer touched the blood, and you said it was passing through, and you said the blood that passed through was destruction
Mhm.
Domain, was that implied that all the blood that passed through was Call's blood?
Some of the blood that passed through was Call's blood, and there were other like domains as well. So you get the impression that Call has one of Call's domain is destruction, but it has other domains.
Let me
blood
refactor the question for you. All of the domain energy was Call's.
It did seem to be, yes.
And the energy that passed around it, is it implied that it's not Call's?
As far as you can tell, all the energy, both that which passed through the sword and that which passed around it, was all Call. But you can only filter off one piece of it. So, like, the sword was able to recognize destruction is one of Call's domains. You don't know what the others are, but you know that there are others.
The giant god crocodile could be something else.
You very much get the impression that the giant crocodile swimming in the blood is not the same thing as Call.
Not a god.
I didn't say that. I just said it's
Okay.
not Call.
Am I allowed to make any checks with a minor action?
What would you like to do?
I suppose this would also, well, is it implied that I know the information about the crocodile now? Even though I'm outside the ship? Or am I just still seeing this wrong?
Yeah, I mean, you'd get the the muttering from Griffle of like everyone's like, oh, that's a weird looking thing, and she's like, that's a giant crocodile. I assume that she uses some part of her action to share.
Sure.
Yes,
Can
absolutely.
I roll in just an insight check? I get this would be my minor action, I guess, to determine if the motion is headed towards us or a different direction.
You do not need an insight check for that. It would be able to tell that it does seem like it is sort of surfacing in the ocean of blood and swimming towards the direction of you all. Although you get the impression that it's probably swimming towards the body and not swimming towards like your ship or you, but you're hovering over top of the body, so it is coming your direction.
Okay, I'm gonna assume that's the war mage then. Uh, you have been playing too much Dice Mice. That's what I know.
This everything about this is way older than Dice Mice.
I really don't know what to do, but I want to do something.
I will start taking my turns, and if you can think of something to do, you can do
Go
that.
ahead. Go ahead. Please don't hurt me.
I mean, no promises. Let's do commands. These guys over here. And these ones up here. There. All right. That's it for the carrier. It moves and it commands the little ones to move as well. The Fang ship. It is going to probably fly up. And it will move and charge.
Just for a moment of clarification, there are crocodiles on the island of Grace.
In the warm waters around the inner sea, there are crocodiles. Yes.
Okay.
It misses the ship. Morin, it is your turn.
You guys are intending to use the force weapon this turn, right?
I think they need it every turn.
Why don't you do thunder so we can actually hit some stuff?
I'm standing on the thunder platform. You
Sorry,
cannot.
lightning. Use thunder. See what happens to Philly. I mean, if you ever wanted a chance to take him out.
Twisted.
Dang, that unspeakable bond is doing things to me, apparently.
Yeah.
Okay, so the acid one is currently open to Al Shaib, and he bored the hole. And now you guys are planning on pulling out shards this turn, right?
I believe that is the plan.
And so you will need the force weapon to do that. Correct?
I'm not totally sure.
I do not think you will need the force weapon unless so you've kind of opened a hole and then wedged the thing in the place.
Mhm.
Unless it gets dislodged, you're not going to need the force weapon to break it open again.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah, that was my understanding.
So I could either hit 4 guys for a little bit of damage, or I could probably obliterate this Fang ship. Let's see.
Don't worry, whatever one you don't do, I'll miss.
100.
But you'll get half damage on a miss.
Right.
Mhm.
I'll half damage whatever you don't do.
Okay, I'll use the lightning weapon, I think. Area burst to within 10. Okay. And augment to, here we go. Any chance that I could put my spear in the weapons platform and have it enjoy the ride?
What? No.
Wow, I don't think I've ever heard Gary just outright be like, yeah, no. Ever.
I mean,
Wait.
I'm not saying. Let me rephrase. Could you do that? Yes. In order to do that, you're going to have to go stand on the platform. So
I could just throw it over.
Because like, yeah, you can put the spear in, and the spear can zap through the platform, because it would think that's awesome. But you're gonna have to go stand on the platform, and you probably don't want to do that, especially now that you've seen Philly get zapped twice.
I guess. I mean, I could just toss the spear over.
So let's see.
23, 27, 29, 37.
So one of those is a hit. Actually, no. Yeah. Two of those are hits. So let's see, what fleets are these guys? These guys are all part of 2. So one of these guys is going to be destroyed. The other one is going to use its desperate flight to get out of the blast. Oh, I hope I didn't delete the one who is tracking initiative, because that sounds like a thing I would do. And of course I did. Of course, that was the only one of that group that I deleted.
And they're all dead. Perfect. I love it. Just delete the rest. It's easier.
So the lightning weapon apparently also just removes people from initiative, which is a great augment.
Yeah. Augment 9. Remove from initiative. And then this guy got missed, but he takes half damage. He takes 54. Ow. All right.
So which ones did I hit?
I deleted one from the board, so you hit
Yep.
the guy down here, and then you would have hit this one. So you had 2 hits, one on this guy, one on that guy, and then this guy used his interrupt to get out of the way. You can tell that the groupings, if you can look on the token where it's got like the little number 2,
Yeah.
the ones that act as a group, they only have like one shared turn to do stuff with. So one of them could use the thing to get out of the way, but not all of them.
Okay. And then I missed the Fang ship.
You missed the Fang ship, but did a bunch of damage to it. All right. Anything else?
Yeah, I don't think I have anything else.
What did you use on the Fang ship the first time?
I used necrotic.
Okay, so I'll use that one, and you just used lightning, so I'll move it to the right.
Thank you.
Oh, and Philly's still on Thunder?
Yeah, Philly is on the Thunder platform. Correct.
So I'll leave Thunder on the right as well.
I don't think. Yeah. One ship, yeah. So I have to pick. So 24 is going to miss. That is it for that thing. Drop, you're up.
All right. So I will do. Brain. Sorry, you said Radiant, right? Or Necrotic?
Necrotic.
Necrotic. All right. So we'll do the Necrotic on the Fang ship again. Augment 2 is what you used? Might as well, I think. All right, 36.
Make sure you keep track of the energy use.
Yep, I'm doing that now.
36, I'm almost positive is a connect. Yep, definitely is a connect. For way more health than this thing has. It's dead. You feel the ship sort of like shift slightly as the kind of like tilt, almost like you get hit by a wave as the gravity well of the ship fades and dies. That's this thing, the thing that keeps you close to the Fang ships.
Got it.
Granted, the ship's immobilized, so it doesn't matter. But anything else from Drak?
No.
One of many. You are up.
All right. Um. Well, since we don't need to interact with the sword, or we don't need to hold it open, I don't need to do that. I guess I'm thinking. So the crew is concentrating on trying to like get through the shard mines, right?
Correct. They will take that action when it gets to Dracula's turn. You may also do it as there are, I will tell you that your character can realize it is a complex task that would be represented in a game mechanically as multiple successes on a challenge.
Okay. And then the crocodile. Can I? Uh, okay. Can I try to do a monster knowledge check on the crocodile?
That is a great question. Let me look. Yes. What would you use as your skill?
I guess. Okay, hang on. There's
Here,
a button, right? That yeah,
click the
thank
button.
you. Thank you. Um I guess religion. Religion. Do I Okay, I know this is kind of maybe scammy a little bit. Do I feel anything? Like I know there's like a lot of divine stuff going on, which is not something that I'm in, whatever. But is there like if a mile long blood crocodile showed up, did I get any like primal or arcana stuff that I just can't ignore?
You get this like tingling supernatural fear sensation from it, but you don't think that it's arcana or psionic. You think that it's like a divine fear.
Okay. Then yeah, I'll go with religion, which I'm not actually bad at. And I don't know if this is built into my button, but I have a headband of intellect, which gives me a +2 item bonus to monster knowledge checks.
Coolio.
Cool. Do I roll it? Or you roll it?
Yes. Oh no, actually, I guess it is a knowledge check, so I should roll it. Sorry.
No worries.
Character. Sorry, I was looking up notes because I, for whatever reason, did not think about someone rolling monster knowledge on this thing.
Huh.
Which makes a whole lot of sense. Oh, it is included, but it doesn't include in the number. All right. Let's see. So, looking at it, you can only barely make out that it is a creature. Because it's like you're seeing like the distortion of the blood on top of the creature rather than seeing the creature itself, if that makes sense. So think of like you're looking at something as it like distorts like a cloth or a curtain, right? So it's like you can see it move behind the curtain, but you can't really see the body completely itself. So what you get is this outline, and you'd be able to tell that it's like pressed up against the blood, but not actually going through it. But not anything that seems like it is more specifically applicable. I.e., you did not succeed, but you did not fail so much that you got like incorrect information. You sort of know what you don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
And that doesn't take an action; it's a knowledge check.
Okay. So There's that. Yeah, I guess I would see if I could use, like, will Iris let me cast through her like a normal projected consciousness?
You get the feeling that yes, and as you look down, you can see that she is watching the crocodile outline as it like swims back and forth. Like you get the impression that you could get her attention from that, but that's what she's focusing on at the moment.
Okay. Okay, so in terms of like my telepathy through my projected consciousness, it's normally 5 squares. Could I, through Iris, interact telepathically with the shard mines?
Yeah. So you could have Iris basically stand next to the like opening in the side of the sword and project through.
Okay. I would like to do that.
So you're gonna like get her attention and send the command for her to go over towards it. She turns away from from staring up into the crocodile, and then sort of glides. Doesn't really walk, just sort of like glides over to the entrance, and looks down.
Okay. So I would try, I guess, to amplify the message that Griffel asked the crew, like to try to get the attention of the shard mines.
Mhm.
And do I get any traction there? Does it seem like they will stop their downloading?
Is that no? They're downloading. They're updating. They're trying to figure
Or
out
they're
what's going
updating?
on.
Yeah.
It's like you're seeing. If this was people, right? It's like someone opens the door with news of what's going on outside, and everyone crowds that one person and asks them 1,000 questions. That's what's
Okay.
happening, right? So
Okay.
the door's open, and the
Mhm.
helm is there at the edge, and everyone inside is immediately connecting and all asking questions of the one person who's on the other side of the door.
Mhm.
So it's
Am I
not. Go ahead.
well, like, so am I able to, like, do I feel like I could get any traction in getting their attention?
Yes, you think you'd have to basically like shout. You'd have to do something to. You can't just talk to them. You have to like forcefully, be like use diplomacy or intimidate or bluff or something like that. You can try to hide it or try to use insight to say the exact right thing. You need to sort of snap them out of, oh, we have someone to talk to. We're going to just focus all of our energy on talking to them because we've been stuck here with no news of what's going on. You need to snap them out of that to say, hey, if you guys want to leave, the time is now.
Yeah. Uh, could I use history to like use what I know about the shard mines and what has happened to them to try to like craft
Yeah.
something very impactful to say?
Yeah. You could use history to sort of kind of listen to all the voices and then try to see like how they're asking questions and try to get their attention to come to you. That would make sense, right? Again, think of like, everybody's in a bunker, right? And then someone comes in from news to the outside and everybody shouts 1,000 questions. And you're like, oh, I know what would be important to them. I know the context. You can know the exact right thing to get everybody's attention. That would be a good use of
Yes.
history.
I would like to do that.
Sure.
Sure. Okay, let me find my token on this giant ass map. There you are. All right, skill check, history, submit.
And my assumption is this is your as a standard action, yes?
Yeah, I think I would re-roll that with my ribbon of limitless questions. Can I do that? Or no?
You can do that if you are going to leave the ship.
God damn it.
So you would not be able to do that if you're not leaving the ship.
Yeah, I'll leave the ship. History. No, that's worse. God damn it.
I don't think Limitless Questions one of the force rerolls.
I don't know.
Most of the ones that are like, yeah, no, you can use either result, and you get a +2 bonus, so it'll be 28.
Okay.
The ones that like force you to use the second result tend to be like the really low level versions of rerolls.
Okay.
All the ones that are like Paragon and better are
Oh,
let you
use
use
the
this one.
result. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
So, yeah. So, you send it through. You get enough of their attention that they all sort of like orient and focus on you for just a second. And it is that moment of being like, everyone who is interrogating someone, you get their attention, and then it's like several dozen voices then turn to yell at you rather than yelling at the other person as you get bombarded with these questions about when is it, where are we, what's happening, like this just sort of barrage of things. And you're trying, now that you've got their attention, you're saying the same message, right? Hey, we're trying to get you out. What can we do to help you? Is that the plan?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'd want to give them maybe like the shortest little like you're in a Nira sword. It's 10,000 years later. The gods have been forbidden, and we're trying to save you.
So you quickly get that to them. They sort of pass back into this sort of background hum. And then they sort of focus in and then reach through. And you get this sensation of like, rather than it being hundreds of voices all saying different things, it's like it's hundreds of voices all speaking in unison. They're all saying now the same thing. And as they speak through you, you can see this focus in the lights, right? They're inside of the sword. There's all these like little sparks of purple light that are all flickering, and they all go solid for just a second, and then they undulate when the hive mind speaks all at once, as they focus in on what you're saying. Are you the one that will draw us back? We can feel age through you.
They called you old.
I know.
And you get this sensation of like basically being a conduit of the energy going through you and into the ship. And then everybody aboard the ship can hear something strange. The beacon in the beacon room starts to sort of shudder. Griffel, you can sense the beacon being activated, like it's responding to something. Very rarely does your beacon actually have like an emotional response to anything. It can feel like anxious or afraid or worried or angry or things like that. That is pretty uncommon, but can happen. Like that there is sort of a personality to the beacons. This time, you get this sense of anticipation, of like holding back, of like wanting to hurry and trying to be patient. And you hear this strange sound echoing out of the captain's quarter as
We're so back.
that sound starts to play throughout the entire ship.
Isn't that the sound we heard when that nuke went off at one time?
Do you guys recognize what that sound is?
The world
That's
ship
the sound we usually hear when there's a world ship.
That is exactly the beating heart of a world ship.
Is
So-
Crocodillo a world ship?
2 successes on the challenge.
Are we the world ship?
If the crocodile, well, the world ships had like, didn't they have like,
Emotions.
they had these giant hearts inside of them that kind of feel like a beacon. that probably is a she. And
Mhm.
a giant crocodile feels like a she thing, maybe. Maybe?
Oh,
Oh,
like a Narsinha type thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
could be a Narsenhar type thing.
Griffle, you see everything that's happening. You can feel the attention of the ship refocus as all the people kind of reach through to try to connect with the trapped shard mines. While your focus is on that, and you can sense that that is going to resolve here, right? Because it resolves when your movement happens, is when the reorienting everybody's attention will happen. As you're kind of working through things, you feel the sensors as they have slowly started to like clear to ignore the sort of background divine energy, right? It's not that it's not that they can't see the divine energy anymore. It's like, oh, this is a recognized thing. Let's sort of filter that out for the moment until we need to deal with it. And you can sense that all around you, there are these planar transportation markers. There are several dozen planar transportation markers around the ship.
Oh god, I'll ask the hive mind. I'll indicate the markers, and I'll be like, "Is this?"
You broke up on, you said, is it? And then I didn't hear the rest.
Is this you?
And the helm immediately responds that, no, it is not me. It is not us.
Reject. Teleportation.
You get this sensation from the helm, and like it goes to send this thing out and then just says like it can't reject these things. It isn't the helm that's doing it. You felt something a lot like this when you guys were where the fleet teleported to. Remember when you guys were heading to the plane of the
no.
Iron Tower? That's what this feels like.
Fuck, we're about to get surrounded.
I mean, we did get told that.
The War Mage.
Yeah. Bringing in reinforcements or something, teleporting a bunch of people to surround us.
So as you're sending this to the helm, you're kind of going out and reaching through. You can feel the runner who's connected with you all say, I believe your ship sensors might be in error. You cannot safely transport within the rings. You can feel, you gave him access, right? So he can't do commands, but he can do the ship sensors. And so like he's recognizing the same thing and being like, I think those are false alarms because you can't teleport inside of the rings.
Can you not
Can
teleport?
the flood not teleport?
Well, can you not teleport or can you not teleport safely? Because those are two different things.
And we can do both.
The runner sort of scrunches his face and says, well, without a runner, it would be impossible odds. They would all fail. They would, as he's saying this, you get this little blip as you see a ship just warp into existence about 300 feet away and then immediately explode. And there is this like fountain of gore as a biomechanical ship just detonates.
I'm thinking that there's so many of them that some are bound to get through. Sort of like,
Exactly.
like 1,000 ants attacking a hornet. And it's like, yeah, like probably like 90% of them are going to die, but some of them are going to get through. But still,
Some of you may die. That is a risk I'm willing to take.
Okay.
You can see that there is this moment of like right as soon as he says it, and then that happens. This just like horror on the face of the runner being like, whatever we're doing, they hate a lot more than I thought they did. One of many. You see another one kind of teleport in and then detonate. And for a flicker right before the ship detonates, you feel your arm grow cold and then it
Hmm.
goes back to normal.
I'll share that with the group.
Wow,
Oh,
so a
no.
star shadow is
Once again, we were
sacrificing.
told.
Like for
Uh-huh.
for the horde to, or the guys to sacrifice, that's one thing. But for a star shadow to sacrifice, yeah, they hate what we're doing.
Hmm.
Damn. I genuinely don't know what to do, guys.
We just need to get these shard mines and get out.
Yep.
Yeah. But is that gonna like unforbidden like is the assumption that if we manage to like break the sword, we break the cycle? Is that kind of what we're going for?
I mean, I think so. I think probably the shard mines are powering the cycle in some way.
Yeah.
Like they're probably integral to the cycle continuing, and I feel like Paul is waking up, and I think this crocodile is his mother, lover, wife, and uh, so she's about to do some stuff.
Either way, they hate it. Let's keep going and try not to die, and then
Yeah, I think.
get out of here as fast as we can.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think if we
So
just escape.
okay. So we have then put the question to them to the hive mind saying like what do we need to do to get you out of here? Have they absorbed that question and are working like do I get the sense that they're working on it and I will get an answer at some point?
No, I mean they kind of just said, uh,
So basically, there's tiers of success. So the first challenge is being able to get their attention and get them focused on a singular task. So one of many succeeded at getting their attention to be on what you want done.
Okay. So then my next task is to then give them the problem, right? So
Correct.
I guess I want to maybe do something like okay, so what I would like to kind of do is like lean into my knowledge of like essentially like this was programming, right? And go like I know exactly how to phrase this question because I've been working with beacons for so long. Like I know that if I give non-specific parameters, it's going to return an error. I know that if I like don't put a comma here or I don't put a, you know what I mean? Like I'm using their syntax to give them problem. I'm like, problem, you are trapped in a giant Nerosaur.
Yep.
Here are the resources we have at our disposal. We have the weapon platforms. We have Ibn al-Shayid. We have a Run al-Ohayos. We have the disembodied voice of Speaker Rinky. We have and I'll list basically like including all the people on the ship as well. So I'm going to be like, you know, we have Argol.
Yeah.
Shield
Argyle,
guy. Yep.
the Ward Master.
We have Hadarai Loria. Go through everybody and be like, here's the resources that we have. Here are the things we have to help you. We will devote all of our resources. You need to help us figure out how to get you out. Like you need to be help you.
Mhm.
We don't know what we're doing. We literally have a hive mind. Job it is to run scenario. Run the scenario and find us the best.
Yeah. So the challenge is not getting to the conclusion. The challenge is quickly, accurately, completely entering in all the information. So I would say by default, that makes the most sense with either insight or history, right? Insight is knowing what the correct pieces of information are and entering only the important bits. And then history is, being very logical about how you list things. I can see other checks as well that would make sense, but those are the two that jump out to me.
Yeah, I wanna do an insight. I think that sounds the most reasonable to me. I don't have the give it a
So
Terrible.
no, that's very good. So you send it through, and I did lower the DC by 1 tier because you had a very good in-world explanation for exactly how to do it. So it counts as a hard DC success. You go and you send it through, and then you get this instantaneous. I mean, it's a supercomputer, right? It can answer way faster than you can put in your information. Invalid. Invalid. Invalid.
No.
I refuse. I refuse. It is my bearer. I refuse. For a second, it's like the hive mind was talking to you, and then you realized it wasn't. The hive mind was sending its command. It gave back what should happen to the helm. And then you get the feeling that the helm would then give it to you. But what happened was the hive mind gave an answer to the helm, and the helm spoke back to the hive mind and said, "No, that's not an answer. I refuse."
Oh, it requires a sacrifice from me, I guess.
So as it's sending it back, you can get this sensation of like argument, of dissonance between the helm and the hive mind. The helm turns to you, kind of mentally in your head, turns to you and says, "I know you. I understand you. The most efficient course of action would destroy you. They want you to be claimed. They want you to have the power that is here and use it. But you do not seek only power. In the temple, you could have had raw power. But you want specific power. You have ideals. Your will, your life, your control is too weak. If you claim all that was called now, it will claim you." You get the impression from, and it sort of mentally lays out the plan from the hive mind. And the hive mind says, "Oh, there is someone here that could claim the domains of power that are here and use those domains to free us." And the helm says, "No. If Griffo claims those domains of power, the domains will overwhelm her and they will become her domains. And I know her. She doesn't want those domains. It can recognize that who you are and who it's gotten to know you from the temple, that you don't just take any power that's given to you. You have a specific set of ideals that you live by. And so it's telling the hive mind that's not an acceptable course of action." Effectively, it's standing up to the others for you.
But it would save them. Don't you want them to be saved?
We are eternal. You are not. Basically sending back that they'll find some way eventually that the shard mines will be restored, but this way will destroy you, and you are destructible.
Well, yeah, that's the whole point of mortality.
You can sense the information going back and forth, the hive mind trying to convince your helm that it's the correct course of action, and then the hive mind realizing that he's not giving you the choice. He made the choice for you, and then will propose to you the choice. There are 3
domains here. Soon there will be more. If you claim the ones that are here, it will be an end to your journey. You will have nature. You will have power. You will be as Kahl once was, master of destruction, of death, of strife.
Oh, I see.
How is the hive mind able to give you those domains? Question I would
the-
have.
The impression is not that the hive mind can give the domains. It's more that you said, hey, what would we need to do? What would be a solution for this problem? And the hive mind returned, well, what you would need to do is go absorb the power of those domains. Once you have the domains, you can get us out of here. So the hive mind isn't giving the domains, it's sort of giving a solution and then giving it to the helm. But the solution is to say, hey, helm, you can mind control the person you're wearing. Dominate Griffle, force her to go outside, absorb the domains, and set us free. And the helm said, no.
Oh yeah, there's something about the helm I completely forgot to tell you guys. Well, actually, I deliberately didn't tell you because I didn't want you to think that I was compromised. We had only just met, and I was kind of new to the group, and I wanted to make a good impression, and so I didn't tell you. But yeah, the helm can fully just completely dominate me, and the only reason it doesn't is because it currently respects me.
I see nothing wrong with that.
I side-eye Morin, wondering
If
what
I had a
Morin's gonna
nickel
do.
for every time someone told me something in their head could just take control of them, I'd have 2 nickels.
But it's weird that it happened twice.
So yeah, that is what's happening, right? You said, hey, solve this problem. It said, here's a solution, and the helm went, yeah, we didn't enter in the parameters that we're not going to take away immortals' free will and force them to consume these godlike domains. So no, and then it realized, oh wait, I'm doing what they're doing, right? Like it realized after a second, oh, I'm making the choice for Griffle. That's wrong. I should give the choice to Griffle. And so it explains it to you. It is the hive mind is telling me this is the correct course of action, and it just wants me to force this action on you. I shouldn't have said no for you, but I am putting the situation before you for you to say yes or no to.
Okay. Group discussion. How do we feel about me becoming the god of slaughter?
I think that's your decision.
Yeah, that's a very personal choice in every young woman's life.
This feels like a Gary over the table.
Have you ever wanted to play a different class?
Feels like if I do this is Griffle like out of the campaign and I make a new character.
I think you said that explicitly. Basically.
So if you pick the choice, I'm not saying you're out of the campaign. I am saying I am going to want you to make a mechanical change to your character in some way to reflect this choice being made.
Right. Okay.
And
Love
just
that.
cards on the table, explanation of things, right? The class that matches the person that this is are the domains, right? There is this entity has a class. And so what I would say, on the mechanic side of things, I would give you the build for what this is and say, use some pieces of this to inform what you're doing, right? So the actual build, it's a barbarian warlord hybrid. So it's a Thaneborn barbarian hybrid build.
Sick.
And so I'd say, potentially make yourself like instead of like cleric ranger, be like cleric barbarian hybrid, or whatever versions that are cleric warlord, or whatever you'd want to do with it, right? Or even just not pick the same classes but get the vibes. But the idea would be if you take this, right, you're no longer going to have sun as one of your domains. Right now, sun is your domain. So
Yeah, so I lose Morning Lord.
you will lose the Morning Lord.
Oh man. There has to be another way. This can't be the only way to do this.
And that's what he's saying, right? The hive mind said this is the easiest way. This is the seemingly automatic success is to do it like this. That doesn't mean it's the only solution. It means you ask the hive mind a thing. It said, oh, well, we have the control to be able to just dominate this person, do this task with seemingly a near 100% chance of success. So we're going to take what it considers to be the obvious choice. It didn't give a plan B, not because plan B doesn't exist, but because plan A seems super solid.
Cool. All right. What is plan B then? Because I'll be real with you guys. Like, when presented with this choice, would 100% be down to sacrifice, but I'm not.
And here's the thing, right? So there's again, full transparency for the player, right?
Mm-hmm.
If the player wants to take the arc of you are going to be this thing temporarily and then reclaim your rightful domains, right? You'd be able to do that. But you would need to be, you'd need to sort of mechanically be the domains of call until you became epic, right? So until you hit 21, you'd have the mechanics reference in some way, either completely or wholly, this choice that you're making. And then we can kind of make your arc be about whether you want to accept what you've become or to use the power that you have to get the power that you want.
Oh, fuck, man. That sounds really interesting. And now I'm tempted.
Some of you may die.
I mean, I welcome
Some of me
input
may
from-
die.
Big choice. I welcome the rest of the team's input. And I know you're all going to say, like, yeah, it's your choice. But, like, do you guys feel like this is an interesting way to take it, though?
Well, I'm also just sitting here wondering, like, if I had that, could I stand up to the other summer night more easily?
My God, this guy.
Like, you
He's so
can't
afraid.
absorb a domain, though. You're not a
Yeah,
domain.
you're not a divine
Damn it!
power source. Yeah.
Yes.
I just
It's
think you
me
need to
or Philly,
man up.
basically. And
Your
Philly's well established.
your domains, Drock, have an asterisk: destruction, death, strife, and the asterisk is for infants.
Ooh. I think it sounds like a really interesting choice, but it depends how much you would be sad to blow up your cool character.
And again, the other piece here, right, is mechanically there are only two people that would be able to make this choice, right? There's only two powerful divine characters that are in this scene. So, if Philly would make that sacrifice instead, that is also an option, but that would be right. That would be one or the other, right?
I'm telling you, I ain't doing that.
Yeah.
But you
would
go,
I,
girl. You know
would
what I'm
I
saying?
lose the fox kind? I would fully lose hope? Like, would the fox go away?
No. Because the group carries the domain of hope. So it's not on one individual.
Okay.
It is on everyone.
Okay. I would lose Morning Lord for the duration until 21, basically. Or
Correct.
until we come to the... Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So the main thing is you lose the sun domain, which I know is a big part of the story of your character, but also mechanically a big part, right? A big part of your character is being the Morning Lord. Now you can treat this as, I'm going to take a sort of dark mode deviation, right, of playing the character something very, very different, and then kind of come back. Or you could find out that you like it the other way and stay the other way, or you could make this character very conflicted, right, as they're doing this thing that they think is for the greater good. even if it's turning them into something that they don't want to be. I think there's a lot of really interesting ways that you could play this, but it is very much a choice that's up to you.
Is there a way in which we could give me more time to think about it while we progress the scene?
Of course, yeah. I will say, and this is a very minor note, I'm not trying to push you in one way or the other, but I will say that when this choice is being presented to you, that your neck is itching something fierce.
My neck.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is disconnected from this choice here. This is just a very weird happenstance. One of the big things about this particular god is that he was in, and this is not spoilers, right? In ages past, he was beheaded a whole bunch of times. Only one member of this party has been beheaded. That's Griffle.
No.
Ooh.
So I just think it's funny that
Yes, we took Morin's head back from a battle one time. He died twice. We took his head.
I don't think he was beheaded.
Yeah, that was
you guys
after.
count the head?
We took the head, didn't we?
I thought you
After?
only took Griffle's head. I thought you took Morin's body back. I didn't know that you beheaded Morin.
Yeah,
At
I
least
don't think
that's
we
how it went.
needlessly beheaded people. I think we beheaded Griffle for very practical reasons.
Yeah,
Yeah.
at least according to
She's
my
too
notes.
heavy to carry.
I was exploded into a million pieces, and you had to gather my viscera
That is
into
true.
a flask.
Beheaded in a much more difficult.
I mean, on my notes,
Beheaded and debodied.
on my notes, I wrote down that you had taken Morin's body back to get resurrected. You'd taken pieces from one of many to get resurrected, and Filibuster his whole body when he had died in Haven. But specifically, the only person who got beheaded, at least as far as I'm aware, is during the fight with the warden, right? I don't even know if it was with the warden. I think it was outside of the warden's prison when you guys were going to free Mab. You wanted to keep Griffle with you. Wanted you just cut her head off and put it in the bag until you could resurrect her.
We couldn't carry
Yeah,
her
because
body.
we couldn't, because we had to keep moving. Yeah, I
You
recall.
recall this happening?
I had like a little death sequence where I was in Philly's mint.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We had your
Okay.
head, but not your heart.
Yeah. Not trying to force it. I just thought it was interesting that
Yep.
the beheading thing was something that was the same. Anyways, so yeah, we can definitely keep going. You've made a check. The check is successful, right? So there are now three of the 4 successes for the challenge have been completed. Now the question then is, we kind of have to pause and sort of resolve some ship stuff and like the combat while you're making the choice, because either the challenge still has, you have to find another way through, or we are going to resolve the other way through.
Mhm.
We blow up.
For now, I'm going to go and do some resolving of ship combat. All right.
Oh, can I have done a quick deter on my turn?
Oh, right. Hang on. So you took your action to do that. You would actually have it's one of the hard things about this choice, right? Is you would have your movement to be able to command the crew to help, right? So you still have a good chunk of the rest of your turn. But you wouldn't be able to deter because that's a standard.
Oh, is it? Okay, right.
Yeah. So you have your movement, which is commanding the movement of the ship, which is getting everyone to focus, which you could use to work on a skill challenge thing if you have a way around or another path that's not go outside and eat the domains. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So these things move up and are going to peep you. They're not on the right side to be able to shoot people that are not the ship. when I'm firing a bunch of these, I think I'm just going to take the first 2 rolls so I don't have to hit the button as often. But for right now, I did hit it 3 times. So it'll be 2 hits on the ship, please, Morin.
2 hits of 20.
Yep, 2 hits of 20. And then 3 actions can be taken by the members of the ship.
Is THP the green, the shield?
Yep. So the shield is at half strength.
Well, I don't think that we want to defend yet because that would waste 50 hit points of shield. I feel like we will want to deter again, right? And discharge again.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
like deterring because we're gonna be able to hit like so much more stuff now too.
All right, so let me do. Get this token to show correctly. Do like a lighter color, and then. Cool. That is the range of your deter.
Whoa, that's awesome. Shall I roll it?
Sure.
I think you shall.
What
Mhm.
oh, is it not one of the button? No, beacon command, deter.
Yeah, and it's 1 roll for everybody.
No attack bonuses.
No attack bonuses. That is
Such
a
a
3,
bad roll.
fortunately. So that is unfortunately a miss on everybody.
Can I reroll, or you can't reroll on ship stuff?
Well, you can't re-roll aboard the ship. You
I'm
are not on
the ship.
So you could use a re-roll if you have one that'll work.
I would love to use a reroll. Hang on, I think I have something. Well, let's see. It's will, but it's not psychic. No, it is psychic. Cool.
Yeah, and it's a psychic
Yeah.
power.
Yeah, I'll reroll with my Stone of Spirit. We should always have me do this one, you guys. And it's with a +4 bonus.
Mm-hmm.
But you'd have to always be off the ship.
Yep. Still a bad roll, but it's a little bit better.
8. Let's see. 28 is a hit on all targets.
Nice.
Very nice.
We're going to move speed away from the ship on its next turn. Yep. So you successfully deter. That is 1 action.
Okay. Okay, so question. Since I'm not on the ship and I am rolling attacks sometimes, can I roll my dice? Is that an action to roll your dice?
I think it is an action to roll your dice.
Okay, never mind then.
Let me look. It is technically a standard action to store your results. Normally it doesn't matter because you don't typically roll them in combat, but yes, it does take an action to roll your dice.
Okay. What else do we want to do, guys? We've done deter.
Discharge.
Okay.
Knock off 2 energy. And
I'll do
then
that.
so you can take another beacon. You can only take 2 beacon actions max. So you could
Yes.
either use like you probably don't need the ship's warding as much just because you successfully deterred people, but you could fire one of the shots, or you could do something else. You could refocus their attention so that they would be able to move next round if you wanted to do that. Yeah, it's up to you guys. What do you want to do?
Okay, well, we do want to do discharge, right? So I'll roll that. That's not a roll, that's just a thing. And then I take energy is the blue. Uh So the action that we had, our third action last time was having the crew focus on talking to the hive mind, right?
Mhm.
I feel like it would make sense to ask them to focus on asking for a plan B, potentially.
Focus on asking for what, sorry?
Plan B. If Griffle does not want to become the Lord of Slaughter, perhaps there's another way to save them.
Yeah, I mean, technically, Griffle would also get to make a check on her turn if she goes with the not making the choice as well. So we sort of have two stored checks.
Okay.
So yeah, let's say that that's what we do. Either, you know, the ship can now move if Griffle says yes, and if Griffle says no, can be an attempt at, excuse me, Plan B. I actually do need to go do something real quick. Rachel needs me to go do something. So if you guys want to discuss or chat or whatever for a minute, I do need to step away. So I will be right back.
Okay.
Okay, so mechanically speaking, I hate it.
Then don't do it. I'm sure that was not the expected default option.
But narratively, it is really interesting.
Yes.
Like, wouldn't it be cool though? Like, wouldn't it be really cool just to be like, hey, I'm like,
Yes, it would be really cool. And it does sound like you could. It sounds like he just wants you to change your character somewhat.
yeah.
Like, maybe you could find.
Well, you're gonna have a nature. He wants you to do that narratively. I can do
Yeah.
stuff with that.
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if that means that, like, so I'll still obviously have choices. Like, there'll be certain things that I just can't do, or
that
or that
will-
that it would be vulnerable if I did. Yeah.
Mhm.
Maybe you might get forbidden.
Yeah.
Well, my thought is that, like, you know, like, Ann talked to Philly about, like, hey, you could actually remain me. Like, it seems like I could pass them on to someone else if I found
Yeah.
a person.
Yeah, give it to An. We trust her. Smile.
Well, like,
Do you want
what's
to
gonna
give
You know
happen?
what? That's not a bad idea.
It is a terrible idea.
Terrible idea.
It's the worst idea anybody's ever had.
Uh,
To give on to songs slaughter and strife and death.
But she wants to be a god,
I know.
and she
yeah, we
already
should give
has
everyone who wants to be
destruction down.
godhood.
I just came
wants to
back
go to
to what I
Celestia.
assume is the best part of this conversation.
It is.
It is. Well, like, what
We're
would
gonna give
happen?
On to Song the power of call.
Yeah, we were talking about, like,
Gary's going for a walk.
So I think you cut out a little bit, Griffle. You're talking about
oh, I stopped because people were talking.
Oh, very good.
We were talking about the idea that, like, Arn has already said, really, like, hey, give me your domains. So we know that it's possible to pass your domains to someone else, right? So I was like, oh, okay. So I think the idea is that if I do, yes, I take these, I change my character, and then I find someone appropriate to the domains to be the new card. And then like we were talking about passing them to Arn, and how good / bad that idea would be.
I mean, it does seem to be possible. That is all I will say.
Okay,
Give it a
so
shot,
this is
give it a shot.
this is the decision point now, right? This is go
I mean-
time. No.
I don't want to force you. If I'd have thought about it being as much of a decision, because again, I committed the sin that the helm did. I assumed that you would get to this point and then say, "That's a lot. A lot of my character is built around this whole sun thing," and so I didn't set aside time to chat with you outside of session, which is what I probably should have done in this situation.
Yeah.
So we weren't forced to stop everything and have this conversation, even though I think this is really fun to have. I think the conversation's really fun, even if it is a little bit of sort of pressure in the moment.
Yeah, I mean, is everyone okay if I just take a moment to talk through my thoughts?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
It's a big decision. Okay,
Yes.
Before
so
you decide to completely rework your character, I'll give you 30 seconds.
okay, so above the table questions, you would be giving me build for Carl and being like, incorporate this in some significant way to your current character, right? So whether that be a class change or like, yeah. Right?
Gary.
Gary?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that was at me. Yes, that is the plan.
Okay. And so my thought is, I mechanically am really enjoying Griffle and don't super want to change. So in terms of combat upcoming in the next 3 or 4 levels, because level 18, so we're actually not that far off. But also I'm thinking in terms of real world time, how long it has so we were we have taken about a year get from no, we've taken about 2 years to get from I think we were 18 at Haven to 18. Is that right? Am I wrong?
We have missed a lot of stuff, but
Yeah.
yes, it does take a while to level. Although I will say, storyline wise, you're getting to a point where you guys are gonna, in number of sessions, level fairly quickly. How long that takes, I don't know.
I'm thinking about if I'm not mechanically enjoying playing the character and we have a bunch of combat coming up and I'm sort of with this for the next 6 months to a year to 18 months, however long it takes us to get to a point where we're doing a bunch of stuff. We're probably due for a level up at this point, so I'm just going to assume we're 19. 2 levels. We were 18 quite a while ago, I think.
No, we just hit 18.
Oh,
To
did
be
we? Oh, me.
To be
Okay.
clear about one, yes, I think you guys are probably going to get 19 very soon, because it the milestone leveling idea thing of when you're checking off things, you guys went and didn't check off a bunch of boxes and are now checking off a whole bunch all at once. So I think you guys will level pretty soon. Yeah. So one, that. Two, one thing I want to be abundantly clear about is, if you say, yeah, this is something I want to do, this is what I'm going to do mechanically, and I'm saying what you're signing up for is to play, I would say probably 2 combats as this. And if you get to the end of the second combat and you're like, I'm really not liking this, I do not care what the story implications of the you switching back are, because you enjoying playing is more important than everything else, right? This is what you're saying yes to is not, I am forced to live with this decision until we hit 21. It's, I need to incorporate this in some way, and I'm going to try playing some version of closer to the sort of call build side of things for a fight or two. I would say if you're not liking it after, or even if you're during the second battle, you're like, nah, this is not for me. Just play your Griffle play Griffle mechanically as whatever you like it to be, and then let's pull on that story string to get it resolved.
Okay, yeah, I'm open to this. What I don't want is to be stuck with a character that I don't like for an extended period of time. I don't mind being stuck with a character that I don't like for a short period of time, which in my mind is a few months you see, if we're doing an average of a session a month, I can envision being hate this character, but it's only like 3 sessions until done with it, right? Like, fine. Like, I kind of don't mind taking negative consequences for a big decision like this, because I do think that there is like they're actually really cool, and I am leaning towards taking it. Because I think like it's very in line with what Griffle would do. I would be like, well, okay, I am gonna somewhat lose my free will and lose a large part of like who I'm trying to be. Really like the idea of that like quest to get back to that, right? Like Griffle's whole character was like, well, I started off believing in a pretty horrible religion, and then kind of like tore free of that, and then found kind of my own meaning in like the pursuit of like bringing back the domains. And I feel like if I have an opportunity to, like, free a god and bring back domains, like it's almost not conceivable for Griffle not to do that. I think
I feel like I can't weigh in on this, so I'm letting everyone else.
Yeah.
I think it sounds cool, and if you're down with it, I'm down with it. But if you didn't want to do it, I think there is definitely another way.
I agree.
I know there's another way. I just think this is the most interesting way. Like, narratively, this is by far the most interesting opportunity I've ever been offered, and I feel like I would regret not taking it.
Do
To
it
do
then.
it.
Okay. I call a weapons platform over to me, hop onto it, I zip out of the shield, and I call on the domains of death and destruction and strife.
So you just go out, you open yourself up, and everyone watches as this river of divine power floods into Griffle. And you can see in the distance that like massive cloud of blood, this one bright yellow eye open up in the blood, and then you see the like outline of this insanely large crocodile sort of like look in and pay attention, focus on Griffle for a moment before the eye shuts, and then you can see the motion of the crocodile like submerging and vanishing back away into the cloud. And when you see Griffle like take in all of the power, there is this sort of ephemeral moment where Griffle, you can feel like there is this sensation like you're gonna vomit, almost like a bubbling sensation out of your chest. And you can feel the sort of like awkwardness where your neck, where your head connects to your neck, of almost like there's a sensation like it's trying to twist and move. If you can think of the motion of like a revolver, like the chambers of a revolver changing, you get that sensation, but instead of it like being another chamber in a gun, you get the sensation like underneath in your chest, there is this succession, this like rolling chambers of heads trying to pop up, but yours is currently there. Like yours is on, but if it wasn't, a new head would just bubble out of your neck and appear where your head is now. So, as that happens, you see this sort of outline of light in front of you as this apparition appears. For everybody else, they can sense that Griffle is focusing on something that's there, and you can see a vague sort of hazy outline of this thing in this like really dark red light, almost like a kind of like the infrared scanner, right? So it's like it's so dark red that it's almost impossible for normal eyes to see. But there is this dark red light that's there, and in that light, Griffle, you can see this thing coming towards you. To say that it's flying isn't completely accurate. It is moving through space towards you. But it's not a race that you recognize. It's about 15 feet tall, and it's covered in these like broken pieces of armor that look like they're like hardened black rock, like metamorphic rock, cooled lava, right? That is mismatched hunks all over its body. And you can see its face. There is this really elongated, like triangular looking face. And then rather than having, a helmet, it looks like it has a welded plate from the like jawline up where its face should be into like a wedge shape. And you see 3 rows of eyes where you've got 6 eyes that are along the front of the face. And then the bottom part of the mask, you see the jawline, and it has, my phone's getting blown up. Sorry. Cool. Don't need to know that. You can see where the jawline is when it opens up to sort of like speak. You can see there are these rows and rows of razor sharp teeth in the jaw underneath the mask. It's got 6 arms and has these really big, heavy, like thick arms and legs. It looks like it's super stocky, even though it's also really big, right? Think of like sort of like if you imagine like a dwarf on a giant scale, it's still going to have sort of dwarf-like proportions. That's what this is, but it's got 6 arms. And as it's moving towards you, you can see what probably are supposed to be wings coming out of its back. But instead of it being like wings that have feathers and things on it, instead it has these bars of light that sort of look like they're outlined intestines with like a, what is it called? Like a track light on it. And rather than flying or flapping, it's like they reach out and they grab hold of what just looks to be open air and then pull it along. And it does this little bobbing motion, almost like someone going across like monkey bars, only it's using its bar-like tentacle back pieces to crawl along through the air towards you. You see it tilt its head to one side as it gets closer. And then the one thing that it says before it fades away and vanishes, and you get the sensation like it's sort of settling into you.
Ah, so this is the head I felt with fur.
I see. It's all coming together.
So the outline fades away. The domains are yours. You feel this rush of divine power, and the sensation, like in your mind's eye, kind of like bugs splatting against a windshield as these ships keep teleporting in and exploding. The frequency ramps up. You look back and you can see that within your sphere of influence, within the domain of the corpse of the body of the dead god that you have claimed, you feel like you can do whatever you want. What would Griffel try to do to express their sort of new power?
Ooh, okay. Good question.
So think about that for a second. I'm going to also say for everybody else, mechanically here, this is representing one of those pockets of power, right? So yes, there's a permanent thing happening here, but if you remember, like when you guys were in the temple, there are these like pools that are throughout the universe of like little bits of divine power that remain from before that are sort of distilled things that you can use for a purpose. This is one of those pools. So right now, basically Griffel has, or Foxy has narrative power in the scene because for a moment she is a like capital G god for the domain. Like for where she is right now, you can do what you would like to do, and it takes godlike levels of opposition to oppose whatever it is you want to make true.
Is this like when one had like the mind palace, used it to reshape reality?
Yep.
Okay, that on that scale.
Yeah.
Make us all level 21.
Wish from our wishes.
More wishes, yes, more wishes.
No, I think I know what I want to do.
So again, the only limitation you have here, the same thing with one of Minnie's Mind Palace, right? The limitations that she had were it needed to fit within the sort of slice of narrative that applies to the power, i.e., it needed to fit within the nature of the power. So whatever you do just needs to fit within the nature of the 3 domains you just ate.
Also,
I want to channel destruction.
Sorry, did I miss something?
Oh,
Do we
what?
know what all 3 domains are now?
Yes, destruction and strife.
Okay, sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, all good. I'm going to channel destruction. I'm going to extend my arm towards this nearest sword. From my arm is basically my arm is going to grow and grow and grow until it's like a sword that matches the size of the nearest sword, like this giant other sword of destruction, and then I'm just going to bring it slamming down onto the edge of the other sword. I want to break it clean in half and like shatter it.
So you go, you extend your power, the sword shatters. And then as you see the sword break, as it shatters into millions of pieces that explode outward, you see within there were hundreds of little pieces, little purple shards that as soon as they're free, immediately snap together and clump all as one. They're not one creature, but it's like a tiny cluster of things that are, I think of like a bunch of like metal filings and you put a magnet down, right? So they all like latch, like cluster together as close as they can be to touch one another. And as the sword shatters and you see bits and pieces start to break away, you can tell that the sheer force of your blow meant that the narrow blade that, you know, when it unformed and then reformed, it's not unformed and it's going to reform. It's shattered, it's broken, it's destroyed. And when you see bits and pieces of things start to like reflect from the broken pieces of sword, you can see that cloying to the inside of the hollow blade and in the hilt of the blade, there are these cloying shadows that look darker than dark. One of many, you feel your ward start to trigger on your arm. You see the hilt, the hollow hilt of the broken blade is bubbling and boiling with shadows. As one of many, you can feel in the hilt of the broken blade hundreds of star shadows that are contained within the hilt. The other thing is one of many. I would like for you, actually, I'm going to make a check for you because it is a knowledge check.
Give me that +2.
Do you have anything that specifically gives you a bonus for dungeoneering checks? I don't, other than the +2.
I don't think I do.
You don't have any rerolls that matter for dungeoneering style checks? I haven't made the check yet. I'm just asking. Okay.
I do not have anything specifically for dungeoneering. I do have a lucky charm that I could apply to a thing. I think that's it.
Lucky Charm is not a reroll, it's just an addition to things.
Add 1d6.
I will say that if you want to use your Lucky Charm, it is potential for it to have an effect here. And you don't know what the roll is, but it is since it is a hidden thing. If you wanted to use your charm, you could.
Sure, let's do it. So I get to roll 2d6 and keep the higher.
Okay.
6.
Okay. 6.
Wow.
With authority.
Are you keeping the first one or the second one?
I'll keep the second one.
So when the pulse comes out, you can sense there's hundreds of star shadows within the hilt of the blade. What you'll get immediately is a sensation, right? You've now used the ward to recognize star shadows before. You've recognized several different types from the ward. The type that's here is not one you've ever sensed before. They're all the same, and they're all something you've never experienced.
Oh man, I hope so. That would be so cool.
It is. You see the hilt as it's spinning and breaking. It looks like the area around where the hilt of the sword is, like reality goes heavy and it twists like it's sinking into the world as the hilt of the blade, like it's infinitely heavy, twists into itself and falls through the prime material plane, vanishing as your ward finishes triggering. Before it gets away, you'd be able to ask questions. Or if Griffle, you didn't want to let it escape, you could try to keep it here. But this is a choice the group has to make quickly. What do you want to do as you see the sort of impossibly heavy hilt as it's twisting away, it's disappearing?
Do we think this is Pandorum?
Yes.
She will let you know that yes, she believes that this is, or one of many believes that this is Pandorum. The DM hand tip will be you needed to roll a 4 or better on your lucky charm to turn it into a hard DC success.
Nice.
I think we keep it here, right?
Sure. Fuck those guys.
I wish to cause them strife. I take hold of reality and cause Pandorum strife by making him not disappear.
Is he disappearing or basically fleeing?
Fleeing, I think.
Yeah, I think fleeing.
So you grab hold of the hilt of the blade. Again, it feels like there's no way you could hold it here if you weren't all powerful, at least for the moment. Until something of godlike power can oppose you, or until the domain power fades, you are God in this area. You are all powerful here. You are holding on to it, and one of many, your ward triggers. You can ask questions. What would you ask?
My goodness, you guys, what would we ask? Well, we want to know where the domains went. This is so cool, Griffle. Good choice.
You have to make a check, yeah?
Yeah,
So you
I
know
have to
the
make.
answer. Yeah, so you need to make me an engineering check.
Yep.
And it's not hidden because you'll know how many questions you have. And then the group
Yep.
can take a second to see what questions you want to ask. Also, Griffle, I was not trying to lead you into this. I was assuming you were not going to do this, but this is also really fun.
Or if if I hadn't done this and we had somehow managed to destroy the sword, Pandorum would have got away, right? That difference is like one way or another, we would have like been able to destroy the sword, but we wouldn't have been able to have this.
Potentially, yeah. There's a bunch of ways this could resolve, but you might have been able to try to do something with it, made a check before it left, ask maybe one question instead of getting a set of questions. There's a bunch of ways it could resolve, but you have the power to make it resolve the way that you want it to for the moment, because you have taken the power. So 19 means you get 2 questions, or 3 questions, because you've got the
Yes.
ribbon. Yeah, 3 questions. They can be specific or general as you want. You usually get a sort of cryptic answer.
Yes.
Can you ask where their body is?
Pandorum's.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that is good. Or Pandorum Prime, right? I want to know.
And
Yeah.
just like with a lot of the questions, when you guys ask stuff like this, I will always ask, by all means, discuss amongst yourself. I'm not going to answer until you type out what your question is.
Yeah,
so I can
totally.
see it.
Do we know if Pandorum has shadows, or if Pandorum is there the only the prime? Like, is this the prime, or is this just another shadow?
I thought there were a bunch of them. There are hundreds of shadows in the hilt.
We know that that's of the other types, but we don't
No.
really know anything about Pandorum.
Only Pandorum
They're
is here.
there's hundreds of Pandorums.
Oh, they're all Pandorums. Okay,
Yes.
right. So yeah, seeing where the prime is, that's good. Yeah.
You are holding it in your hand. You know that there are 846.
Beautiful.
Saying
Significant.
total,
It
or-
has to be
Oh, you're
significant.
saying-
That's too specific a number to be significant to not be.
846.
I think that's a multiple of 11.
18.
No, it's not. Almost.
No, it's not. Yeah.
But 1847 divided by 11 is 77, bitches. So where's your last
What?
one?
Oh, this is all the shadows except the prime.
So question. Griffel, I wonder if you have the power to like fully unmake star shadows, because remember, if they get destroyed, they just like pop back up. But if you are the god of destruction, can you destroy them for real when we are done?
I mean, I don't know, but I'll certainly give it a try.
That's very cryptic.
Where is she?
And again, with this thing, they do not intentionally deceive.
Hmm.
It is just you're communicating with a creature that does not think anything close to like mortals. So
Yeah.
that is how it is thinking about it.
Hmm. I mean, okay. 2 more questions. So we know that Hope was the only domain that got out of the box that Pandorum is locked in. That's probably here, right? This is the prison and the trap for the gods. Are they saying? We now see that there are 3 domains that we were able to free here. So if all of the domains are locked in the infinite rings, then that just means that Pandorum is also here in the infinite rings. What does anybody else think about this?
You're reading above my scholastic level.
Okay,
I
well,
wonder if the infinite rings is Pandorum's, like Pandorum Prime.
like the rings are Pandorum.
Well, yeah, like what if Pandorum
Like
made itself a ritual circle like Arn did with Seed of Toe?
Oh,
History rhymes.
yeah, that's true.
Like, we don't have a sense of scale here. Like, maybe Pandorum is just like, this is the whole area is like Pandorum's body.
Yeah. It could be. Why do you think it would have volunteered the information that the crusade is ended by our will? Like, that feels kind of irrelevant to the question. I don't feel like they usually volunteer extra information.
And the idea, the thing is, you get what it thinks about it. It's not volunteering an answer to you, really. It's just this is
Yeah.
its thought.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm thinking we could ask it, how do we destroy Pandorum? But I'm open to suggestions. Or how can Pandorum be destroyed?
What are the requirements for the question?
We can ask
It's
anything
thinking-
we want to. It just won't be very literal or helpful necessarily.
So
So
we
the-
can ask it questions that run counter to its interest.
Correct. So the
Yes.
big thing that you guys know from this, that in character and out of character, you are very aware of, is the primary thing that you know is really unlikely to get an answer that's even cryptic, like something that's going to be completely useless, is you ask it about time, about future events, when something is going to happen. They do not perceive time like you guys do, so it can't give you a comprehensible answer when you ask time related questions. So that's the big, sticking point. But you can ask things that it's not in its best interest to answer. Like that's, and it's not going to obscure the answer at all. It's going to give you whatever its thoughts are about it.
Yeah, it's not really like talking to it. It's more like reading its mind.
I think if we ask, like, how do we destroy Pandorum Prime? I think
Okay.
the answer is there's going to be like any answers. And I wonder if like maybe phrasing it as like Pandorum Prime's biggest weakness might be a
Sure.
better way.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
How is Pandorum Prime?
How it is. How's she doing today? Jock, Morin, any thoughts?
I'm good with that question. Like
Yeah.
the weakness, right? Because asking how to destroy Pandorum Prime, the response would probably be like, you can't. But what is the biggest weakness would point us in the right direction.
Okay. Typing. What is Pandorum Prime's biggest weakness or weakness? Or we could go plural. What are Pandorum Prime's weaknesses? I'm going plural. Mm,
This brings up
that's
the relation
useful.
with like shadows and walkers because they seem like they're kind of on the same side, but like not.
No, fuck. Wait, shadows? Are you making a distinction between shadows and walkers?
They're like
I'm saying
in the hierarchy, each of the 11 walkers have their star shadow type that's associated with them.
So you're saying maybe Pandorum specifically has shadows that are not aligned with it.
No, it's like so there's like the Pandorum star shadows, then above them is Pandorum Prime, then above Pandorum Prime is a walker, and now we're just learning that it's he who walks behind.
Which is one of the ones that you
which is
know.
Terminus.
We are shadows of a shadow of a shadow.
It's Terminus.
Hmm.
So we have to kill Terminus. After all these years. Well, we could ask how a walker can be killed or something else.
I like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
How can
Do-
we
Do we want
do
to
you
ask?
think- No.
Yeah.
I mean, I still think it's worth asking, but I just wonder if they would even have any clue. Like, if they're a shadow of a shadow of a shadow.
I don't know.
Hmm.
Okay, so if we do want to ask this, do we want to ask specifically about he who walks behind? Or do we want to ask in general? Or do we want to ask a different thing?
Let's ask about Terminus. But what is the name that we can call him without summoning him?
Slayer?
I think we should call him he who walks behind because that's what they called him. Doesn't. Yeah. It's only if we say it out loud, right, that it's a problem.
And is it really a problem if we bring him here and Griffel's in this state? I mean,
That's true.
Can we
Ooh,
Yeah.
can we just summon him here and I'll just crush his head like a
Oh, you mean the guy who made all the gods this way?
Oh, true. Yeah, okay.
I mean, I think that they
One of
worked together though, like a one-on-one.
also if
Oh, like have a
Griffle,
little mediation?
No, like how far did Bedbeer get in hurting Terminus?
Not. He
Not.
pokes his
Not at
eyeball.
all. It was Baneslayer that was able to hurt Terminus.
Well, Baneslayer's here.
yeah, give Baneslayer to Griffle.
Yeah,
Griffle can channel the power through Baneslayer.
just this once.
Just
What were you
I
gonna
will
say,
return
Josh?
these emergency powers once the conflict has ended.
Yes.
Hang on. Black Thuriel is my servant. Oh
Yeah.
no, wait, Slaughter. That's different, right?
No, I think it's
Um,
you.
I think it
This
would
is
work.
the
Yeah,
call
you
of,
would think of them as a servant instead of a friend.
call is the god of slaughter, and yeah, now you have the domains of the god of slaughter.
Slaughter is not a traditional domain. It is a combination of, it's a package, right? So, excuse me, like a god of slaughter, that is like their epithet, but that's not their like domains, right? So slaughter is probably things like a lot of yours, right? Death, destruction, and strife, probably a decent analog for a god or a angel of slaughter.
Okay. I'm thinking if I call Selectorial here, and we have me, Selectorial, and Baneslayer wield. I do think Philly should wield Baneslayer. I don't want to take. That's
You
not
seem to
good.
be the only one holding this opinion.
No, I think that you and Baneslayer have a bond. That
Oh,
I
an unspeakable bond.
No, it's a
unspeakable bond.
speakable bond for sure.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems
Well,
pretty
she has-
loud, actually.
She has the Forge Master's Malice, so she also has a.
I have my thing on. I think, and also Forge Master Malice part destruction. Like its purpose is to destroy and remake, but
So
to
there you go.
remake and destroy. So,
Uh,
I do think we have a fair shot if we were to summon Terminus here. I think we have a fair shot at actually like doing some pretty solid damage.
Let's take out everything that's here first before we do anything stupid.
Preposterous.
okay, so do we want to ask how we can kill a walker, or how we can kill he who walks behind?
He who walks behind. He who
Okay.
walks
Yeah,
behind.
I think ask about specifically ask about. And
This does feel like a conversation with like a grocery store attendant. They're like, I'd have to ask my manager, and you're like, well, can I speak to your manager?
Right.
You'd have to kill my manager. Well, how do I kill your manager? You'd have to ask his manager. How do I kill his manager?
Where is his manager located?
turn into a god. Can I go home?
Just in case anybody was wondering, Terminus is one of the 3 walkers that was not the first 2, but is from before the 6 were taken in the first war.
Sorry, I'm taking a minute to think how to conceptualize what they would try to say.
No worries. We did that too.
Because there is an answer. I'm just trying to think of like how they think about it.
With their brain.
With their brain.
So I'm going to put this in here, and I'm going to keep thinking. And if I can think of a phrasing that I like better, I might edit or recontextualize this. because I think this is about as close as I can get. But I feel like if I had slightly more time, I might be able to think of something a little bit different. But I think
Okay.
this is, if not the exact right thing, pretty close. It's in the right ballpark.
Okay. Is that supposed to be a walker or a walk?
Walk, not walker.
Sever a walk and their body dies until they walk again. Okay.
I have an interpretation.
Okay.
So I don't know what the answer is, but like in this world, often things are described as like not what they are, what they do. So like walkers, like their name describes what they do. And I don't know what that is, but I think it means that like if we can stop him from doing anything, like even just disable his ability to affect the world at all, I think that is like akin to death for them.
Hmm. So, okay. So we have to stop him from walking behind.
Turn around and look at him.
Yeah. What do you guys think? Do we want to summon him here, and I'll give him a run for his money?
I mean, we're making big choices tonight.
That seems so dangerous.
Also,
Harry, do I still have narrative power?
For a minute, yeah. You can tell that while it is still easy to do, holding the hilt of the broken blade here is taking effort. Like the couple actions you took at first took no effort. You just did them and things happened. You can feel holding it here is taking a small amount of effort to do to like hold the hilt. You've asked the 3 questions that you get initially. Now comes the thing of, do you want to maintain the hold? Do you want to do something different with the hilt? It is trying to pull you through reality with it, right? It's trying to like sink into the universe and pull you with it.
I would think let's destroy the Star Shadows. Let's destroy all the ships here. And then if things are still trying to teleport in, we should just leave. We've done everything we can here. I don't think summoning something else big here is wise. There's still enemies trying to get to us.
Wait, so what happened with the shards? They like coalesced, they're together. Does that mean that they are just now safe?
Yeah, there's a little clump of shard mine shards that are basically attached to the top of your ship.
Okay,
We have a supercomputer now.
amazing. What's Iris doing in all of this? Just looking,
Yeah.
just looking real calm like.
She seems to be having a conversation with empty air.
Oh, can I listen in? She's my consciousness. I can see and hear as if I were in that square.
You can. You don't know the language that she's speaking, but you can hear her talking.
Okay. Can I phonetically write down everything that she is saying?
Yeah, you can sort of catalog everything that she's saying pretty easily. And you can tell that it is a two-sided conversation, right? She's saying things, waiting for things to respond, and then saying things back. And there is, even though you don't understand any of the words, it is very much like it is a pleasant conversation, right? This is someone who's like, almost sounds like someone who's like chatting and gossiping, right? This is not like a, stern or tense conversation or like an angry conversation. This feels very casual and relaxed.
Okay. Would I be able to hazard any sort of guess as to what language it's in?
It doesn't seem to have any connection with any languages that you're aware of. Like, it feels completely alien from any languages that you know of. I will say that when you do this, and as you guys are doing stuff, as Griffle in God form looks down, kind of at one of many, like, all right, what are we doing? What's the plan here? You've asked your questions. What do we get as answers? Griffle, in your godlike state, you can see an image of what Iris is talking to, and it looks like that same shadowy figure that saw you. That sort of the armored, big bulky body with the 6 arms and the weird looking wings.
Oh. What is it?
Don't know, but they seem to be chatting back and forth.
Well, I can ask more questions of another star shadow if we think that would be helpful. Or, yeah, I agree with Drock. We should destroy these adversary ships. What happened with the crocodile? It just left?
It saw what was going on and then it faded away. Real quick, Griffle, I will tell you that, like, you, with your sort of godlike power, you have a certain number of actions that you can take. Do you want to take one of your actions to hold the hilt in place so that one can ask more questions?
I'm inclined to destroy it. I'm inclined to
Yeah, I
like-
can't really think of too many questions that
Yeah.
would be worth the effort, unless anybody else can.
I cannot.
So I've currently taken actions.
You've taken one
throw the sword
destructive
and I've
action,
held the hilt.
one action of strife.
Okay. So my action of death is to the hilt and all shadows between my hands. I want to give them final death.
So you take the thing, and then one of many, you get this just really mind-wrenching sensation of feeling that sort of like mental counter of how many things are in range, just as Griffle just crushes the hilt, and you see this searing, burning light just take it up until there's no place for a shadow to be, right? The power of light and fire and heat just burns away. I'm gonna say that, Griffle, you can tell that if you take Malice in one hand, as it, like, the arc of the top of Malice starts to glow red hot, you can just basically grind, hold it like it's a like, road flare is not the right word, like a welding torch. Like you're holding a welding torch and you just take the star shadow and apply them to welding torch.
Yes. Yes.
You get this, like, deep-seated joy coming from the weapon. Like, finally, this is exactly how all things should be. So, Melt is destroyed. As you are destroying it and you look up, you can see that the ships that were close to the Superstition's Inn had been deterred and had fled away to the edge of the sort of radius. And then you could tell that effect ended, but they didn't decide to come back. They kept their plan of run away. And you can see them starting to, like, accelerate into, we're moving into, like, a different area of the solar system speeds. As they do not want any part of anything that's happening here.
Damn. I was really looking forward to just pointing my finger at them and going, "Pew!"
I'd like to turn to the runner and be like, "Did you see that shit?"
Or just super casually be like, "So, what do you want for dinner?"
Our table
Yeah,
can make anything.
You can see the runner has this sort of well, one, he has his visor down, and he has what looks to be like a sheet of glass that he's holding in one hand that has little pieces on the side of it, and then he's like rapidly touching things on the sheet of glass, like he's running his fingers up and down on the sheet of glass, watching through his like closed visor, looking at Griffle.
I was taking notes on the iPad.
Basically, yeah, he's taking notes furiously. He doesn't seem like affected by what's going on, but you've got a couple people that have very good insight. You can sort of tell that he's for people that are used to sort of like crisis situations, when like some really weird or terrible shit happens, they can sort of like disable the freak out part of their brain for a minute. And be like hyper analytical during crisis mode and then have their meltdown later. You're pretty certain that's what's happening with this guy. He's like, shit's gotten really weird. I'm gonna take all these notes and then I'm gonna have a meltdown later.
See, so he's monitoring the situation. Understand?
Yes.
It's one of those guys.
So we've got about 45 minutes left of session left. So what do we want to do here? I will say that Griffle can feel, after taking one of each action of the domains, that your power is still here, but it no longer feels limitless. It feels like there are now limitations on what you were. The sort of highest of the high of the power has started to fade.
So real quick, this we thought was fueling a ritual by using it as the healing surge. What was that ritual again?
The forbiddance
Forbiddance.
on all the gods.
On all the gods. Okay.
Like all of the infinite rings are part of the ritual circle.
And this is what we thought might be sustaining that.
Or
Yeah.
like that this is one node within it. But like Morin said that maybe the flood is rotating through the 13 points of interest in the rings.
Oh, to
Like
get
on
a
a regular
healing surge
schedule?
from each?
Maybe,
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
which seems possible.
Or like each of the 13 plays a key role in like keeping this ritual going, basically. So
Can
if we
I-
disrupt even one, we might not have like broken the ritual, but we've definitely made it so that it can't ever get to a point where it is like fully complete and doesn't need any surges anymore.
Well, like with the regular forbiddance ritual, you'd have to do the ritual once every day for a certain amount of time. So, while I think that we've made a good dent, they might have, like 100 years to get it back online. And if they do, it's not really a problem,
Yeah.
So,
So what we're saying is Griffle needs to go to the next node and pick up some new domains.
she needs to just keep morphing through all the gods.
Oh, she's the avatar.
She's the avatar. She's Korra.
So you guys are seeing all this stuff happen. You see the power of Griffle. She's looking around, trying to see what to do next. Destroyed the sword, released the shard mines, questioned and kept the Star Shadows close enough so that they could be destroyed on the edge of Forge Master's malice. And there is this sort of pause as the kind of question becomes of what do I do next? Like how do I expend this newfound might? And Griffle, you can sense you would expect this to be through the helm, but you get the sensation that like you have even better perceptions than using the ship sensors while you are in this state. You can sense that the world all around you is starting to power up. There is this well of arcane power that's starting to like spark to life all around you. It feels like one of those incoming teleportations, but it doesn't feel like it's a thing that's coming through. Rather, like it's just the power.
Okay. What do we know that is like big and arcane power?
A
War
domain
mage.
or war mage. Good call. That makes way more sense.
I mean, it could be a domain. So, okay, so Iris is still talking to that guy. She told us to break the cycle, right? I asked her what.
Yeah.
So could I ask her if we broke the cycle?
Sure. So she sort of like starts in her conversation as you ask her something.
Mhm.
And she turns away from the person, from the thing that she was talking to.
Mhm.
And then she very slowly nods her head. And then you get this sort of like this hand symbol that's like basically you've started.
Mm.
Or rather like pointing to the thing and then giving you a thumbs up and then making a motion like that's a really good first step.
Can I ask her what should we do next?
So you can tell that she's thinking for a second. You can see the mask. Well, Griffle can see the mask move on the one that only Griffle can see. And then the Iris like takes a deep breath. The manifestation, the conjuration of her vanishes, and you see something like step out of your orb for a second. That looks like the manifestation moved from one point to another. But then when they step down onto the platform that you're standing on, there is a sound. Like it's not very loud, but it does make a sound when the edge of her boot touches the platform. And when you see Iris step down next to you, step out of your orb, there is this difference to the way that she looks. When she was in your like conjuration form, she kind of looked like she was roughly your age, and she was pretty stable as an image. When she stepped out for just a second, her image is rapidly altering from being anywhere between about age like 15 or 16 to being about 70. And like it's the same person, but like you're watching a compilation, like a rapidly switching compilation of an entire person's life. So she steps out and says, I give you this moment, and this moment only. If you wish this world to be whole again, then you must undo all of this. And you see her gesture her hand, and above her palm is a massive, like spiral looking ring upon ring upon ring upon ring floating above her hand. And then in the center of the thing, you see kind of set awkwardly, like it's jammed into the middle, not like put into place. There is a yellow colored crystal. It's just broke. It looks like it's broken, pushed into the middle.
The Topaz Crusade.
She nods and then you see her body just disintegrate. For just a second, when she stepped forward, Griffle, you could sense she had domains.
Oh? Which ones?
That is going to be a difficult thing for you to try to do with one of your powers, right? To use your godly power to understand what domains they had would be very, very hard, right? So unless you can come up with an explanation for why you can use one of your three
Right.
domains to do this, you're going to need to make a check for me.
Okay, nah. It seems like she's maybe like orders of magnitude more powerful than I am currently. So
It's more along the lines of like none of your domains kind of default to understanding shit.
right, yeah. No, I think I'll leave that one. I will float back towards the ship. And I'll just kind of nonchalantly say, "Another day, another dollar, am I right? Shall we clean up here and head to the next one?"
Did it look like the yellow crystal inside all of the rings was like the star map or the map of the rings or a different thing?
It looked like the representation of the rings, although her representation was a lot more solid than the normal representations of the rings, right? The rings are these like disjointed, broken pieces. Think of like like the rings of Saturn, right? It's not actually a solid object. It's just like a cloud that is kind of floating very near each other. That's how your rings tend to get represented. When she showed you, hers looked completely solid.
Okay.
So it was clear that they meant the same thing, but they didn't look like the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
We're trying to get to the middle anyway, right?
Yeah, we are trying to get to the middle. But now maybe we want to go to more of the places.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
see. So, Filibuster, are you the only other person who's trained in religion?
Am I even trained in religion?
Yeah, I think you have to be. If you're a cleric.
Oh, I am. Yeah.
Give me a religion check. Because you were also physically a lot closer than Griffle was. And Griffle's also in thinking in the dimensions that she's all powerful right now. I'm trying to see if anyone else would be able to sense what her domains were before she blipped out.
If I'm trained in religion, can I?
If you are trained in religion, you can make a check, but if you do not have the divine power source, it is a much harder DC. So
Okay.
you can do it. It's just very hard.
It doesn't look like I did it.
You did not.
Kimura assist.
I don't
So-
want Morin's assistance.
Neither one of you is aware of what her domains were. You do not think that there's any overlap between her and Griffle. So you get this sensation that there is this incredible building charge. What are you gonna do? Because you're gonna have to respond to that pretty soon.
And we can't teleport, so we just have to start flying away.
That would be the plan. You might be able to get a bit of a boost from what you have, but yes, ideally you would want to start flying away, or doing something to protect yourselves because the whole area is about to explode.
We should fly away.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right, so everyone gets back on the boat. Boat begins to move, and the world becomes fire. Like it's like all of a sudden somebody turned the sun on and you're in the middle. Luckily, your ship is immune to fire, so not as big of a deal for you.
Why did the world become fire? I think I misunderstood that.
You're not certain. You saw that there was a big build in arcane energy. You guys got on your ship, you started to fly away, and then all of a sudden, the entire area that you were in is just all fire all at once.
Oh,
We
the
just
area we left.
Yep.
The area that you were currently in, yes, and in the area you were like, there is a fireball that is like 3 or 4 miles wide that appears roughly where you guys were when you're starting to fly away from it. And you have to fly out of the fireball, but it's not going to affect you because everybody's on the ship.
Got it.
Did we just get nuked?
You don't get the
It
feeling
looks
that
like
there's
a
a
fireball.
nuke. It feels like it's arcane fire.
Isn't the portal to Al Shaib still open because he made that portal for the sword?
I was just thinking that.
If you left the portal open, he will happily drink deeply of this giant wall of fire.
Yeah, we
I
never
don't think that
closed it.
Told him to shut it.
Nope. He can
So
have
yeah.
as much fire as he wants.
He will have a nice snack of the flames that are coming your way. But the ship, because of Al Shaib's presence, is still immune to fire regardless of what else is going on. And there's no the thing that is causing the fire does not have any supernatural way to penetrate immunity to fire. So
Well, that's good.
the fireball goes on for a little while and then fades. And yeah, you guys fly off. So I would like to kind of know what your plan is moving on from here, as you can feel Griffle can feel her powers fading back to being merely very strong. Where do you guys want to go?
While you're still feeling somewhat strong, should we summon Drock's other summer knight here?
Brock
Oh,
has
yeah.
to 1v1.
Give
I
him the
need him
old-
to
Oh, wonder
ball out.
what was.
Say it again.
Wonder what?
I wonder if that's what caused the fire.
Oh, could have been.
If that's what caused the fire, I'm not 1v1 that thing.
But our
She looked different in the vision.
I was gonna say it was called the Archmage. No,
Yeah.
War Mage,
War mage, yeah.
War mage.
which doesn't seem congruent with
Well, she was.
Battle Mind.
Yeah, she was a summer knight.
And wouldn't he said the fire was like arcane? Wouldn't it be like nature-y?
Primal.
If it was, yeah. If it was court related, it would be primal.
Well, can we message Renki now?
Sure. You're still connected to the beacon.
Can we ask her for more information about what a war mage is?
Well, what do you want to say? Because if you're actually talking to the beacon,
Yes.
talk as your character.
Yes. Hello, Renki.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, this is one of many. We were quite busy earlier, but now we have more free time. How are you?
It's like the one on the end.
Yes, that is us. Hello.
You get this sort of like, again, that sound like there's an open mic in a big busy room, and then after a second it fades again. We are very busy.
All good things, I hope. Hey, what's a war mage?
What's a War Mage?
A war mage is Legion's primary wizard. The war mage is the one for the first Legion.
Or those are the traders, right?
There was a traitor in the First Legion, but the whole Legion was not traitors.
Okay.
Or
You
rather,
warned-
you all think that one of them was a traitor because one of them went crazy in the middle of battle after his eye was burned out from seemingly no reason and then killed a whole bunch of people.
Yeah, that's totally normal behavior. You warned us that the War Mage was coming. Would we have reason to fear?
There is a limit on the precision the War Mage has. He sensed something evil in divinations, not understanding what. He was able to send power to it, and it seems the evil has faded.
Yes, he was too late, but we did take care of it.
She sends through this sensation of, like, when she says the evil of this, like, wrong divine power. You think if they had words for it, she would say the divining had sensed the presence of a dark god.
The crocodile, maybe?
I think you, dear.
Yeah, Griffle.
Although, well, no, that was prior to Griffle taking the power, though.
Yeah, but the domains were there.
The domains were there, and it was after we first split the sword apart. So it could be kind of just everything happening.
Or it could be Pandorum.
Yeah.
If Pandorum was in the hilt.
Exactly, right? We split the sword apart. Anything that was inside the sword could be sensed momentarily. Or, well, but it was divination, so isn't that seeing the future anyway? So it could still be Griffle.
Yeah, I mean, it could be just like the domains of strife and death.
We
and destruction.
should ask her if the guy normally sends a fireball, because if so, we were hit by it.
We demand satisfaction.
It was a good snack.
Yes.
Send more. Al would approve of more.
I mean,
Our Jin appreciated it.
do you want to tell them that you were in the area and you were potentially a target? Because that is going to be a little suspicious depending on who you're talking to.
No, I don't know.
Like, hey, you divined that there was some great evil in the pocket of space that we just happened to be standing in.
That we were fighting. We were there already fighting. Our divinations led us to the same conclusion.
So true.
Renki, you mentioned that it is very hectic where you are. What is going on?
The parasites in the ring are extremely active. We have never seen them so active. We are transporting as many as we can, as fast as we can, deeper within.
Our bad.
Where are you
Our
guys-
bad.
While you're having this conversation, where are you guys flying to? What's your destination?
Away? We were trying to get
You guys have
deeper
the map,
in,
right?
You have
So
a map.
wouldn't we be trying to get back to deeper in? That was the original concept.
We're trying to get to purple A. However, if our hypothesis is that every single little lettered circle is potentially important, there could be reason to go to those. And we did also learn that we don't want to leave 4 and then come back to ring 4. Like, it's hard to do that. So we need to anything else we want to do in ring 4, we need to do in ring 4.
Wait, is it hard to do, or I thought, because how do you eventually get out? Like, you go 4, 3, 2, and then how do you get out?
I think we could just leave if we wanted to, but we're trying to get to purple A, which is
No, but
in 2.
so we're in 4, right? If we went to 3
Yeah.
and then we went to 2 and then we went to A, how do you
Yeah.
eventually get back out then? If you're
You
saying
can leave, but it draws the attention of the flood if you go between barriers, I think.
Yeah. So leaving a barrier draws the attention of the flood. So if you go from 4 to 3, and then you immediately go back from 3 to 4, you're going to basically be throwing up a giant signal flare for everything in 3 and 4 that there is something there to deal with. If you go from 4 to 3, then you basically raise a big signal flare that there was something at 4, but then you're already at 3. So it's less of a problem. And crossing over the barriers does take a significant amount of energy. You've not done it yet, but it will take ship's energy to cross from one barrier to another, or it will take a significant amount of time to have one of the words not operators. What are they called?
runners?
Not the runners. The ones that dispatchers. It'll take a lot of time to have one of the dispatchers lower the wards for you to pass through without burning a bunch of ship's energy. So like they're sort of soft barriers, right? You can cross at a cost in either time or in ship's energy. So you can pop back and forth. That's just going to take, a resource.
Got it. I mean, we're very good at diverting our plans. We had a plan to get to A. What caused us to actually divert to B?
I think that we went to this one because we got a strong divine reading. And we wanted to check it out because, again, it's like we're not going to be hopping all around. So we kind of need to go work our way inward slowly.
Right. So
I think, was it Griffle? You sensed a lot of very strong divine energy at a couple different locations, right?
Yes, but I wouldn't be able to tell you what those locations were off the top of my head.
I know it was a few sessions ago.
ask the AI. But in my mind, I don't necessarily want to keep sidetracking. Like, that's a lot of different places to go. I still think we should get to A, work on that goal, and in the meantime, we have a supercomputer, analyze now more about B, and kind of go into the other ones more prepared, because we're not going to just be able to have Griffle keep grabbing domain power and blasting everything, right? Like, now that we know kind of what these are, I think we should kind of use time to plan, but go back to our original get to A plan.
Here is what the AI says. I'll just post it. So black site, which is purple A, that's our ultimate goal. But then there were these other ones. Oh yeah, okay, so God's Forge was the other one that had the divine power.
I think it's worth at least checking out God's Forge before we move on from 4.
I think so too. And then, so the conservatory, Blue Sea, that might be primal power.
But again, God's Forge was overrun by parasites. I don't know if we want to do it now.
I don't either.
I thought we brought the parasites from God's Forge to us.
Well, it's possible, but now they're scattering. We have no idea what's going to happen. I mean, this whole ring could just be chaos right now. And if
Chaos
Renki's
as opposed to what?
if Renki's sending people deeper in, does that mean they're going to be in 3 and 2, and that place is going to be safer right now?
I mean, I think ultimately Purple A is going to be like the biggest conflict, but I do wonder if like dismantling some of the smaller problems, like figuring out what's going on at God's Forge, could ultimately make things easier for us. Because like if we need to interrupt this cycle, you know, what Iris just said is that we did a good first step. But I don't know, maybe A is where the crusade is.
We could ask Renki where they're heading and offer to assist and see what she says.
That's true.
Might help make a judgment call.
Okay. Renki, we happen to be in the Infinite Rings, as you know, and we are willing to help the Legion once again. Where
Once
are your areas of highest activity?
The War Mage believes that we can direct one of the forces within the rings that is considered neutral. We are currently waiting for permission to pass into the next ring. You get this sensation of like direction, and you think that the Renki is within the 4th ring and is looking for, or zone 4 and looking for permission to go into zone 3. So kind of like I said earlier, either you can just sort of go through or you can spend time. She's saying they're waiting for all of the protocol stuff to pass from 4 to 3.
Would you share your coordinates? We would rendezvous.
I shouldn't share my coordinates of where I currently are, or where we currently are, but I can send you where we will be.
Very well.
She sends you the location that makes very little sense to you, but you have a runner with you. They'll be able to direct you to B. This is where they're going.
Blue
They're going
bee.
pretty close to where you guys. They're coming from the other direction. So they're coming from this way, rendezvousing here. And they're going to the Blue Bee.
I didn't see the Blue Bee in the AI review, and that's the one I was curious about because it was quote unquote the closest. Am I just blind and missing it, or is it not in there?
Nope.
I don't-
AI
it's not in
do
there.
what AI does.
Oh, I know.
Very selective.
I don't think we talked about it before. We kind of like we labeled these with what we thought they corresponded to on the map. And then I think what the AI pulled was all the stuff that La Hoyos was able to tell us were important to the runners specifically.
Do you guys remember what the colors are, by the way?
AI will.
It's like if they're above or below.
Yeah, so the colors is basically like the Z dimension, right?
Mhm.
So the blue ones are above the baseline, the orange ones are below the baseline, and the purple ones are at baseline.
And did we think that that had something to do with the like time dilation? Like blue was faster and orange was slower?
Sort of. Like the runner will let you know that they are all the ones but the purple ones are charged areas. So you can kind of get back and forth, and he will effectively give you the pieces that you need to know. that if you spend too much time in one or the other, you will not be able to cross through a barrier until you go to someplace else to get rid of the charge. Right. So if you
Right.
spend a lot of time in a blue area, you then have to do something. By default, go to one of the orange areas to get rid of your charge before you pass through the barrier again. Pass through a ring.
Yeah, and I think that that's also how we maybe like triangulated some of these names, because those are all the names of like stops on the big star map that we have. And so we hypothesized that this is where the rings would like intersect with different planes. Like the Pillars of Creation is in the Astral Sea, for example.
So the runner will let you know that the coordinates that you have take you to what he calls the Shard of Winter.
Oh.
There is a frozen fortress there.
I've been to one of those before.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
where
Almost 2.
Princess Mab, baby Mab was.
Winter Lady?
Yeah, her daughter. Remember, she was stuck in a shard.
Yes, the Winter
Twice.
Lady.
Yeah.
So is that the plan? Do you guys want to rendezvous with the people at the Shard of Winter?
That-
Sure.
Let's do it.
Sure.
No. Well, technically, the runner would call it Winter Home. He wouldn't call it the Shard of Winter, but whatever. It'd
Oh.
be looking at bad notes.
There's no way that maid would sense Griffle if he was in a room with her and cast another fireball, would he?
Not if she
No.
stays on the ship, which is immune to divination.
True. All right, let's go.
I mean, our ship has been quote unquote immune to divination multiple times, and that has not stopped traps from finding us.
Yeah. But this
So-
time will be different.
You guys start to speed up, kind of get to the speed where you know you're going to have to use ship's energy to make your way through. The runner will go ahead and send through the channels to get permission to go through the barrier, even though you very much get the impression that like you're going to have permission to enter well after you've already passed through the barrier. It's just going to be difficult, or, and this is a choice for you guys, right? I don't want to make the choice for you. Or you guys can pause and wait for a while at the edge of the barrier and get permission, and then going through will not take ship's energy, but there's a potential that something else might notice you, or you'll have to deal with other problems before crossing through.
Do we know how much energy?
It is a check. Let me see.
Okay.
That our resident god will be making.
She just destroys the barrier between the two rings. Got it.
So it takes between 2 and 6 energy. Usually it'll take probably 4. I don't know what Griffle's bonus is. I assume Griffle's making the check, but I think it's probably going to take like 4 most of the time.
Yeah, that's minor, right? It's not like it's like a 15 to 20%, which is where it's a much harder decision.
Yeah.
Griffle, what are your thoughts? Asking the pilot, does the pilot want to spend energy to get through, or does the pilot want to wait for permission?
Do we have a pilot?
I think Griffle's got his, Foxy's got some stuff that she had to do or something. Or she doesn't know she's muted, one of the two. Well, one of the two things will happen. And as you guys fly forward, going to what you guys have labeled on the map as the Edge of Madness, which is Winterhome.
I don't like the way you say that.
What you idiots thought.
I'm making it clear, right? Like I made it earlier, that the things on the map are something that you guys wrote and not me. Just not to say that they're wrong. I'm just making sure that it is clear that it's not an objective, it's not the DM writing down, this is what this thing is. As you guys start to fly through, you can see that there is this sort of massive cloud of these tiny like markers, right? So think of like a wall of satellites almost. So you have this huge wall of these pieces of stuff. Some of them look like they're fully intact, some of them look like they're broken, but it is this cloud of stuff that demarcates the line between 3 and 4. There was something similar to it between 5 and 4, but there were huge gaps in the exterior of it. There are no big gaps that you can see. You do have to sort of punch your way through. Now, that being said, it's a ring, not a sphere. So it's not difficult to just fly slightly over the ring or slightly under the ring. It doesn't look like it's designed to be like a physical wall to stop anything from getting out, right? Because it's a sort of a 2-dimensional barrier in 3-dimensional space. It's very easy to avoid if you just go over and under it. As you guys go along, you can see off in the distance to, on this map would be south, down towards the area that you kind of like went under when you went around and under to get to Saber Pass. You can see that there is this sort of glowing cloud of sort of greenish gold light that is filling the far distance as you get close to the barrier.
Uh-oh, yes. Drock, it's time. It's time. Face your destiny.
My death. Got it. Yeah.
Your destiny.
I was thinking I didn't want to say it.
So, you guys see this? Do you guys, after you see that before you cross over, would you guys go ahead and cross over? It is looks like it is noticeably in the distance. And it's not the direction you're flying currently, but it is something you will notice before you pass over.
You look at Pandemonium Stone or Trembling Spires, right? We could pivot to those.
Or God's Forge.
Face
right?
your destiny.
Any of those, really.
Someone was so adamant about just driving straight through. Changing his tune. I mean, she's not going to notice you.
No, she can't divine through the shield. We're good. Let's go. It'll be fine.
It's a divination.
So you go through the other side. You feel the ship sensors will make a check at some point and see how much you lost when you pass through the barrier. And then as you guys continue to move on, there is a foul smell that you can sense on board that smells like rotten eggs at first. And then as maybe a couple of jokes pass through back and forth, you realize that smell is coming from Drock.
He shit himself thinking about this combat.
Oh no.
Drock, as you're sort of standing there, kind of, the assumption is, right, that you're battle ready, right? You don't have like your weapon and your armor like stowed somewhere in the ship. You're wearing.
Yeah.
You can see that as you're like walking and moving around, you're leaving like a small trail of this absolutely foul smelling yellow powder. And it looks like your weapon is shedding fine powder.
Is it saying anything?
Not saying anything. It's slightly warmer to the touch than it normally is. It's always a little bit warmer to the touch. It's now like, like hot water doing dishes, right? It's not going to hurt you if you touch it for a short period of time, but it's not comfortable to hold at the moment. and it is just sort of like slowly shedding this acrid smelling dust.
Isn't this what happened in our runner Dromios vision?
Correct.
Did it?
Yes.
Before she reached through
Is-
his
wait,
chest or whatever?
Is Drock gonna fucking have a chest
Yep.
burster? That would be hilarious.
Ugh.
Good times. I don't remember if I've ever communicated with my weapon, but can I ask it what's going on?
It talks sometimes in like a weird, creepy way.
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
So, and I don't remember if I've ever leaned into that, but I'm gonna ask it what's going on.
So you kind of put your hand on it. Hey, what's going on? And then you hear from one of it's a 3-headed flail, right? So you hear the
Yep.
3 heads. One of them says, "There are 3 of us. Should be one of you."
Yep. All right. Mhm.
And then you hear one of the other ones. So that was the old one saying that. Then the middle head, the mother. So it was grandmother speaking. Then mother says, "Oh, I just had this pulled up."
This guy scripted combat.
Yeah, I know, right?
You don't want to fight the other knight? I'll make you fight the other knight.
Real railroad going on over
Not
here.
all might makes right, but the righteous must be mighty to bear the queen's favor. That's what the middle head says. And the youngest head.
And the middle one comes through as Sally and says some goofy shit.
I'm sorry, is this on? I can't see or hear any of you, but it says I'm in the call.
So the youngest one says, "So like, there's lots of things going on right now, and I think maybe we should put this off till later." And you feel like when that happens, there is sort of dissonance between the 3 heads as they sort of swing and clatter against one another. Like they have continued talking, you just can't hear. And you feel the weapon being pulled, like someone is very, very firmly sort of like holding on one end and just pulling their weight into pulling it out of your hands.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to let go. That seems like a bad plan to be without my weapon for the fight. So, no, I'm going to hang on to it.
So you can feel that the weapon like 2 of the 3 voices want you to turn the ship, want you to go towards the light, go towards what you should be doing. And one of the 3 heads is like, maybe we could just not do that. And the others are now arguing with it. So
Drock is aligned with that one, right?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I'm with
Well,
the
no.
nod.
I mean, like,
That's
you
your-
are
that's your
bonded
gal.
with Sally, so like
Yes.
she is gonna kind of have the same
Yeah.
thing.
And she
At
made
least that's
me
how I view it.
what I am. So, it's on her.
You made me what I am.
He was just making summer nights left and right back in the day.
So you get that kind of tug of war with the weapon. Sounds like we're putting it off until later and flying towards Winterhome. And that's where we'll pick up session next time.
That was fun, guys.
Oh, well, that was very fun.
What a
I'm
wild
so good to
ride.
die one day, but we're putting it off till later. I mean, especially with my rolls this combat. I don't think I hit anything.
I rolled half ones.
Yeah, literally half of Michael's ones were
Oh.
rolls. Rolls were ones. Ones were rolls, and,
And
ones
rolls
for
were
all.
ones. And many of ones.
So I
One
tried
of many.
Esoteric Ebb, by the way, and my first roll in the game was a nat 20. And I was so
Nice.
excited because when I did Baldur's Gate 3, and my first roll was a nat 1. So, you know, I thought I'd do
Need to look
good.
it up.
And then it just started destroying me, and I don't know what happened, but I was excited for a brief moment.
That's funny.
All right. Well, I gotta go up. Gotta go grab a tiny human and make
Fair.
him
A
Chill
whole
out.
tiny human.
a whole tiny human. Go grab him and give Mom a break. But I will thank you guys for coming and playing game. That was a blast.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
the thing is up there for the next day. For the next dates. I did not mark the 11th because the 11th is a big question mark for me.
It looks like
it's
it's
a big
bad
no
for
for
most
everyone
people.
else.
So yeah,
Okay.
That's Ronan's birthday.
But-
I'm not able to play.
the 4th and the 18th both look like contenders.
Are we
Yeah,
playing
so-
next week?
I don't think so. Oh, we could. We've got a
Drock
If you
question
Mark
mark
guys
for
could,
Drock.
oh,
I can next week will be a big question for me. So what I
Okay.
was gonna say is next week and the 4th. So the next 2 weeks are I checked yes because I will try to make something work. But I don't know that I can reliably make stuff work. And it's not because I don't have anything to do. It's not because I'm doing something at that same time. I have something else on the same day, and I don't want to be like unable to be dad for like 12 hours on a Saturday. that's
Yeah, of course. That makes
that's
perfect sense.
a bit much to put on her. So
um,
they're both strong maybes.
on April 4th and April 18th, I put a question mark specifically because of timing. If I'm being honest, if we started at 7 p.m., I could probably put a check on both.
Is 7
Like we
p.m. an
started
hour later?
It's an hour later.
An hour later.
I could make that work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just get tired.
So on the 4th, I
100%.
was invited to be a vendor at a local event, and I have to be there till 4, I think, which means there's a level of cleanup involved. And then on the 18th, I'm doing a 12-mile walk across the city
Yeah.
that I'm organizing, and that will probably end at. I'll probably get home at 5, but I don't know for certain if I'll get home at 5. So if we
You
started
fire
at
the gun
7,
to start the walk and then
like,
bye everyone. Go home.
It's
yeah.
fine.
But if we started an hour later, I could guarantee you could probably attend. both.
I can start an hour later.
Yeah, I can too. I lightly prefer not being that late, but
Yeah,
Yep.
it doesn't have to
Same.
be permanent.
It's
We
not a
could
big
just
Yeah,
do
yeah.
both.
Normally,
Yeah,
I
totally.
prefer the earlier, the time it's at currently is preferred. But yeah, once in a while, if we need to do something different, that's fine.
same. Yeah. Cool. All right,
Okay.
I'm out.
Alrighty.
All right,
Talk to you
thanks,
guys
everyone.
later.
Bye.
Bye everyone.